This is not Monster of the Week, like last week. This is our ongoing campaign that we've been working on for several years now. It started off as a Curse of Strahd campaign, which we ended up finishing, and it transitioned to a homebrew campaign in Exandria with our lovely band of adventurers, specifically going towards Snoring Mountain, and that is where our tale begins here, and we're going to introduce all of the characters in our party, so we're going to start with...
Okay, my name is Alysia, and I am playing Sapphire BreezeSong. She is an Air Ganassi ranger, and she's got like blue hair, blue skin. Yeah. I don't know what else is needed. You want a brief backstory? Okay. That's what you get from me. Cut all that out, Christian.
You got it.
You got it, dude.
You got it.
You can give some context of how you know the party.
Oh, yeah. So I know this party because they're all carrying parts of my mother's body in bags.
No.
Besides these two.
Besides these two.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
No.
Let me restart. I know these people because 2 of the 4 other members are carrying parts or in one character's... Yes, the whole body of my mother with other person. It's a real long story. Maybe I'll tell it someday. But,
we'll get there.
Well, yeah, we'll get there. But that's why I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm jiggling the camera.
We speak of pieces of Celeste.
I mean, we should really have asides at some point, like when we're talking about like Celeste, and be like, Celeste was a character, blah blah blah, and like explain that because they're not going to have the context of it.
We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there.
Just saying, that's the idea. Go ahead.
I am Eric. I am playing Finnick, a shifter bloodhunter who is fairly new to the party. I think he's only been around for maybe a couple weeks, even that. He is fairly young. He's 24. He's a little tiny petite thing. He has copper hair that's short and unruly. Has a sly smile that hides his sharp fangs. And a cloak that covers his sharp, angular features. Kind of a cool guy. He loves everyone.
And how did you come to join the party?
I joined the party just a few weeks ago. Josh's character, Rowan, which you'll hear about, hired me to find Chatz. And I am there to protect Chatz to get my money. All about the coins.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Josh, and I will be playing Rowan O'Kane. He is a shifter, Wave the Drunken Master monk. He's about 5'10", fair skin, short red hair and beard. Right now he's wearing a gray Victorian vest over a white button-up shirt that has the cuffs rolled up, and he's got a golden pocket watch in the pocket there. And currently I am attempting to deliver Chatz to Snoring Mountain, which has decided to land near my hometown and cause quite a bit of ruckus. So,
hi, I'm Travis. I play the role of Lord Catsmussen, ruler upon Snoring Mountain, or at least I once was. I entered this quest because Snoring Mountain was invaded by were creatures, and me and a band of other tabaxis left the mountain down into a forest where we were lost for many years, and I slowly drove into madness until meeting my party, who helped me recover my memories and helped set me back on the path towards Snoring Mountain, where we are now at, trying to infiltrate and to regain control over the lands that the were creatures still hold.
I am Christian. My character, as everyone currently knows him, is Duke, who is a hulking 7-foot-tall Dragonborn Barbarian / Sorcerer. My introduction to the party, well, they're all dead.
Except for Chatz.
Well, let's see how I came to be. Well, actually, no, that's true. Oz is not dead.
He's living his best life.
I was hired by a former character of Eric's parents to protect him. There's confusion as to whether or not I was successful on that, but currently my ongoing campaign to amass a huge-ass army is ongoing, and hopefully the beginning of that starts tonight.
Oh.
This is
DM, please.
That is like
New to me.
This is news to me.
Yeah, that's news.
First, we need to conduct prison heist.
Sure.
Yes. Jailbreak.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, Alysia, why don't you give us a breakdown of your notes?
I'd like to point out that I can't read my own writing, and that's all you really need to know. Here we go. So I wrote homely lady giving us direction to stores.
Oh, what was her name?
Agnes.
Oh, Agnes. See, you guys definitely remember this because this is not a letter.
That looks like anus.
Um,
Which she did look
yeah.
kind of like an anus.
Spear Grindstone, which is the blacksmith. His Alore. Agnes
Long
sent
hair.
us fancy blacksmith. We are traveling together under false names. I'm Lola. He's Chuck.
Yep, I'm a Chuck.
I wrote something about a turtle mascot.
Oh, that's
For the general store. The
Yeah.
Slaver's Provisions.
Oh!
Yep.
Slayer's Provision turtle mascot. Eleanor.
Yep, she's half elf.
Horrible cask. Nice one for drinks.
That's another place we could have went. It was a nice tavern.
We're not staying here, but we were given the name of a nice tavern we could stay at. Aurora Alehouse is the bad reputation tavern, of course. Being adventurers, it's the one we stayed at. Duke and Chatz find a fiery eyeball symbol. On a container, he was looking for hidden marks, and he found a fiery eyeball symbol on like a barrel by the blacksmith shop, if I remember correctly. Book I purchased a book called The Steel Remains, which is a real book, if you want to Google it. I don't know what it's about. We Googled it to find the name. 156p for gold. What? For book.
How much you paid for the book?
yeah.
No, it's 56. I paid 56 gold for a book because my character doesn't understand money. War against scale folk. Oh, the book is about a war against scale folk. I wrote down the name Independent Bitches, which could be our new team name. You guys will find out later. I don't like Trevor. You'll learn about Trevor. Team Stealth. That's us. We're Team Stealth.
Yeah.
WWE Rowan style. Rowan is the best heel. That's the last note I took, guys.
What do you mean the face? I feel like
Heel
Rowan would be
is
the
No,
face.
Rowan was the heel.
In the
The
fight,
heel?
yeah, the heel, for those who don't know, wrestling terms, the heel is always the bad guy, and the face is always the good
And Rowan
guy.
was trying to
And
be the
I
right
was
to be the
trying
I remember that
to,
part.
I was trying to be the bad
I only
guy.
know about your face, and I like your face.
I was trying to be the bad guy for the werebear that I am trapped with right now in jail in a fight pit, and I was trying to get him over with the crowd, as they say.
The werebear was not really understanding the situation.
He was a dense person.
Yeah, he didn't really understand like that they were trying to fake the fight. He was rolling real poorly, and so they ended up just sparring, and Rowan ended up going down at the end of the fight.
I didn't go down.
Pertain.
I faked going down because he finally got.
Yeah, you took a dive.
Yeah, I took the dive for him.
I do need my dice, honey. Do you have that?
It's in yours.
Oh, that's yours.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have a lot of liquids on the table.
I will say a point of order as a memory of what has been going on. Rowan had previously been apprehended to fight in the fight pits by an old nemesis of his because of some party trickery from a dragonborn.
Totally worth it.
Yeah, Rowan was captured by a nemesis. Yes, you are correct. And currently is fighting in the fighting pits as a form of torture. But nothing has really come from it yet. We'll see if anything. I guess you can see that.
So we got another thought there.
Yeah, no, like I was gonna just do the L, but I was like, oh well.
No, I can see.
You can see everything, and I can't let you have that kind of intimate knowledge.
Yeah.
This table's small.
Especially once you add in all of the.
Did we? I think that we really covered everything.
I assume
while we're here, Chatz is under the alias of an old woman.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Babushka lady. Is that a racist term? Babushka?
I don't know.
No.
Because, and he is...
It's a kindly
he is in
Russian
hiding,
grandma.
of course, as he mentioned, because he's the Lord of the Mountain, and if he is found, there could be some severe consequences for that.
Yeah. Here in Taran, which is Rowan's hometown, it is heavily occupied by werewolves.
Or creatures.
Well, were creatures where creatures is a better term. You're right. Is currently occupied from the forces that are on Story Mountain. And they have not taken kindly to any tabaxis. And so Chatz has chosen to hide his identity. Not just because they might be looking for you, but also because you are a tabaxi.
Also, something worth noting that I don't believe we did at the beginning. Snoring Mountain is magical of sorts. It can teleport. It appeared here in this location some time ago.
Like 3 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was about 3.5 years ago now.
We don't know why it can teleport, but it does. It just does.
Mystical
magical stuff.
Wibbly wobbly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So that's my recap. So
Mystical,
we were
magical.
I believe we
Dakota.
left off right after Rowan's fight, and the next fight was getting ready to start between the two were-rat partners.
Correct.
Oh, are they together?
Yeah,
They were married.
their husband
They had
and wife.
what was it? The tryst? Was that what I called it?
They had a tabaxi lover that they shared.
Yeah. What was
That's some real cat and mouse stuff.
Meow.
what was the? I think it was a tryst, wasn't it? Yeah, I said tryst. Yeah, that's the right term.
Not a Trisket?
Fantastic.
Tryst, not Trisket.
I know.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I went to college.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't appear that way, but I did. I'm also 24.
Anyway, yes. So you guys are still sitting in the crowd with all of the other were creatures in uniform. And you guys saw Rowan get taken through that door that's at the bottom of the pit.
We are not sitting. We are standing because there was no sitting when we got there.
We're standing close?
Yeah, we're standing next to a wall.
Yeah.
Intimately?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's our fib now.
But you guys are
Oh, fibs.
So are you guys staying for the second fight then?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But during the fight, I will kind of lean in to Finnick and whisper, "Okay, I think I have a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan. We're gonna need to get the boys with us to discuss after all of this nonsense. I'd like to try and leave last in this place to observe how it closes down. So we'll have to look distracted."
You can do that. Do you think they'll listen?
Who? Boys?
The boys.
We're gonna have to.
They're not known to listen.
Well, then we'll just enact the plan on our own.
I like the way you think.
I believe you two are split up into two
Yeah.
separate groups.
Yeah.
Are you guys sitting down? I don't remember off the top of my head.
I thought we were.
And there wasn't enough room for all of you to sit down. So I believe you guys are sitting down at a table with a bunch of other guards.
Yeah.
And you guys are standing because there wasn't enough.
Yeah, we were must have came at the end.
So as you guys are sitting with the other guards, several of them start like slamming down silver and gold, putting bets down for the next fight. And the bartender comes over to you, not bartender, the waitress comes over to you and says, "Does the table need any drinks?" As she sees everyone except for you two don't have drinks. Would you like anything to drink? We have ale. We have wine.
No.
What about you? And she says even louder, "Do you need alcohol?"
I'll pull out of my robes a gold coin and put it on the table.
Okay.
And kind of make a motion like for the table.
And so she sees that. And she says, "Oh yes, I'll grab everybody around. What would you like?" Ale. Very well. And the rest of the people at the table look at you like a little puzzled, but they like cheer and are excited to get some free alcohol. So she takes the gold coin and heads back to the bar. And as she does, you guys can see now the doors open. Rowan, I believe you are you unconscious or are you pretending to be unconscious?
No, I had been pretending.
Okay.
Still at 3 hit points.
Yes. How do you so you were thrown in the cell with Clifton, the werebear. Do you want to just stay down and like pretend to be dead? Or do you want to, like, how do you want to act when you're in the cell? Because there's currently no guards in there. There's guards on the opposite side that you can see, but in the small little jail cell you guys are in, there isn't any guards nearby.
I'm just going to continue to lay on my back, but at the same time, I am going to whisper to Clifton and be like, "Well, you're one dense motherfucker."
And are you opening your eyes to look at him at all?
No.
Okay. You can hear, just briefly, like you can probably guess he's trying to tend to his wounds, and get comfortable as he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just didn't really know what was going on, and I just really wanted to win, and I'm sorry." Like, you can definitely tell from the tone of his voice that he's very, he didn't try to try and hurt you, but he also didn't really understand what was going on. So it was more of a miscommunication.
That's fair. That's on me. I should have told you, but it was kind of last minute on my part too.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get another chance, but we'll try again if we can. And as he says that, the doors swing open, and some guards come in and go to the other two cells where Gregory and Evelyn are, the two were-rats. They're in two separate cells, and they take first Gregory out, who looks pretty... He still looks pretty beaten up from earlier when he was taken previously, but his wounds have healed over. And they grab him, and then they go to Evelyn's cell and open the door and grab her. And they start to escort them out through that single door that's in here. And they shut the door behind them.
As I'm laying out, I'm going to attempt to take a short rest in between the fights. We'll see if I get the time for it.
I'll just say you will have enough time to get your short rest in, so go ahead and roll a hit die if you would like. And so you guys see and hear now, the announcer says, "It's time for the next fight! Here we have two lovers who were caught with some unsavory fellow who had to be taken care of." And as he says that, the entire crowd just starts to laugh and jeer as they bring out these two pretty small-looking humanoids Gregory is about 5'11". He is in his late 30s. He has jet black hair. He has brown eyes, soft pink skin. He has a triangular face. And he's wearing pretty disheveled clothing. Like it's been ripped apart. Like he's been kind of sleeping in it for a couple days at least. And then his wife, Evelyn, is a little bit older. She's probably in her late 40s. She has very long braided blonde hair. She's also humanoid with golden eyes, smooth sunburned black skin. She's also about 5'11". And she actually has like sharp angular features, but she has like a naturally beautiful face. And you can see that she has some piercings on her nose. She has tiny piercings on her nose and on her eyebrows. And so again, her clothes are very disheveled as well. Like she's been living in them for several days, and it's disgusting. And so they bring these two prisoners out. And the announcer says, "Now let's see if we can get these two to do what we need them to do, or if we will have to coerce them, because, as you can probably guess, lovers are not known to fight of their own free will." And as he says that, you guys see from across the room, there is a were-tiger. She doesn't look like some of the other guards. She looks like she's a little bit dressed fancier. She has some nice robes on with her hood down. And she starts, like, motioning some incantation of some sort. That if any of you would like to make an arcana check, you can.
Oh. Sure.
To try and maybe identify what she's trying to do.
Am I magic? I don't know.
I don't think I'm magic, but
What character am I? Do I magic?
You are a ranger.
I do magic.
So you have magic abilities.
I don't know my arcana. Sure, let's give it a go. 16 plus, I don't know what it is.
Can I just help her? Can I give her advantage? Because I have a really horrible arcana.
Okay. How are you helping her with arcana?
I would maybe draw her attention to the fact that she's gesturing. Like,
Okay.
I feel like that's how you would help.
What's your passive compared to hers?
Oh, not great, I'm sure.
Because
Passive perception?
Yes.
It's just a 12.
Mine's really high.
So she would probably see it for you, unfortunately.
It's a 16 for me without the advantage.
Okay.
If you want to give me the advantage.
Do you have a different idea to maybe give her advantage? Like, maybe something from your history?
Okay, I could say, be like, because I would know she's a were creature.
Yes.
And as a were creature myself, I would know that that's not a normal thing to do as you're shifting. Or whatever she's trying to do, I would imagine. Because I don't do magic when I shift.
Correct. She's already shifted. She is already like an obvious were-tiger.
Okay.
So she's not like...
She's not transforming.
She's not transforming in any way. It looks like she's doing something with her hands to try and cast maybe some type of spell or prepare for something.
I feel like you probably can't offer me any assistance.
At that point.
I don't think either one of us are trained in Arcana anyway.
I have a flat 0.
Yeah, I have a flat 0 also. So it's kind of one of those things.
Well, then I'll just roll and see what I got. Not as good.
13. I got a 16.
Excuse me. Okay, so you probably guess that she is either holding or preparing a type of spell that might try and entice them to fight or control them in some way.
So I know that it's probably like a controlled person or
possibly
one of those kind of spells that kind of influence people.
It could be even illusionary.
Yeah. Okay.
Something to like trick them into.
Gotcha.
Or perhaps something to do with like mind manipulation.
Okay. Gotcha.
So
yeah, I'll whisper to you and say, whatever it is, I don't think that this fight's going to be nearly as interesting as the last one.
Doesn't look fair, that's for sure.
No, it looks downright dirty. Good way.
So as the announcer finishes presenting the fight, he says, "Now let's see a good, clean fight between these were-rats." and everyone cheers, and these two were-rats look just defeated. Like, neither of them makes the first move, like, they both just kind of look at each other, and the announcer lets them kind of try, but they're just, like, batting at each other, like, they are not trying at all. You can just tell from their general demeanor that they seem either very tired, like they really don't want to fight each other, obviously, and the announcer is starting to get a little agitated by this, and so he gestures over to the were-tiger, and you can see she starts to finish casting her spell. You can see her mouth move as she's finishing the spell. And both of the were-creatures now, like, you can see their demeanor completely changes from that timid, kind of sad, to super aggressive. Like, they immediately both hulk out into their were-creature forms. They were initially, like, not in their were-creature forms at all. They were very, like, humanoid, but this spell seems to cause them to want to, like, tap into that animal instinct. And so both of them just start, like, after they transform, and you can see the fur just elongate all across their arms, and their clothes rip a little bit more than they previously already were. And the female has golden fur, which matches her hair, and the male has jet black fur that covers his entire body. And you can see the facial features kind of elongate to kind of match the were-creature that they are associated with. And after they finish their transformation, they start just snarling and biting at each other. And it seems like they almost have forgotten the previous selves. They are almost like entirely animalistic at this point. They don't even recognize each other. They just start going at it, like scraping and biting and kicking, doing everything, drawing blood, like pulling hair, like
all the kinky stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
But you can tell these aren't like trained fighters. These aren't like you remember in Rowan's fight when Rowan was like getting his ass kicked, like taking the dive. The werebear was a lot more physically prowess, and he was able to like do some good punches and kicks. And Rowan did fight back a little bit, and you can tell like they're trained for this. Versus these two aren't trained in fighting at all. Like they're very just animalistic, just going at each other's throats type of thing. Like there's no decorum at all.
That's primal.
Very primal, yes. And so as the fight is going on, you can see the were-tiger that casts the spell. Like you can definitely tell that she's focusing on what's going on. Like she isn't taking her eyes off of the combat. In the fact that you can probably guess she's concentrating on what's ever going on, in some aspect. Or maybe she's just very enticed by what she created. But as she continues to watch, and everyone is watching the spectacle, you can definitely tell that the female is starting to look very haggard after several bites to the chest and neck. She's starting to profusely bleed. And the announcer, you can see, stands up and grabs what looks like a dagger and says to the crowd, well, it looks like they've put up a good fight. Do we want to see if someone can finish the other one off? As he pulls out a dagger, and you guys can easily recognize it's a silver dagger.
You're gonna kill him.
I mean, that is the premise of the fights, is to...
So did the female were-creature die then?
She hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
She just looks pretty haggard.
Gotcha.
And, like, you would know, probably just from your experience in the world, that were-creatures can't die from, like, just regular attacks. Because they're were-creatures need some type of silver to kill them.
Okay.
They don't, like, they're immune, I believe,
Gotcha.
to just straight up attacks. It can damage them, but they won't die from it. You need some type of silver or magical.
So they're asking who wants to kill the other one that isn't down?
No.
Or finish off this one that was
He's
down?
asking, does the crowd want to see one of them die?
Oh.
Like, he's raising a silver dagger in the air.
And the crowd is probably screaming with excitement.
Yes, like, they are very excited at the thought of watching one of these treacherous beings be literally murdered.
Okay. This is really wrong, but we can't do
he raises the dagger, and again, of course, everyone screams and applauds and cheers. Several people's drinks fall as the waitress is coming back with your round. Someone knocks into her and just topples that tray that she was carrying of drinks. She just looks sad as she picks up the bottles that she was going to bring to the table and takes them back to the counter to get new refills. And he throws down, the announcer throws down the dagger to the pit of these two. And I will see which one gets to it first.
Oh, man.
Not as entertaining as my fight, is it?
This is wrong.
So
we're not stopping it?
We can't. We have the same problem. We can't. We'll let them know that we're here if we try to do anything.
So the female actually gets the dagger first. And she grabs it, and again, these two aren't in the right mind. So, like, she grabs it and she immediately just starts looking at it like she doesn't really understand what it is. And then her husband, like, jumps on her back and tries to struggle and grab it away from her. And
Without us being given away.
and he manages to topple.
The woman who's holding the spell, is she down in the pit?
No, she's on the opposite side.
She's on the opposite side of where we are?
Correct.
How close are we to her?
We're on the completely opposite side.
Probably like 30 feet or so.
We'd never get to her in time. There's no way. Not obviously.
Yeah, I sound very fast, but I don't want to run through a crowd.
No, that's so wrong. We cannot give ourselves away. We cannot. Very dangerous.
I mean, you have weapons, like ranged weapons.
No,
Well,
we
that would
really give ourselves away.
I mean, yes. I'm just giving you options. I'm just saying.
No. No. Oh god, this feels so wrong.
Like, how far away is she? Like, if I was to walk over there, how long would it take?
I mean, you're very fast, so probably just one round.
Walk, I said.
Oh, well, your movement doesn't change.
Yeah, no, but like if I was to walk over there,
like saunter over there type of thing, like
sexily walking. Just like if you're gonna like walking through the crowd, like I'm going across the room.
I mean, probably a minute or so.
It would take too long for what's going on.
Yeah,
you wouldn't get there in time. Okay. And also, bumping into her won't break her concentration.
No, I would maybe accidentally stab her or something. It happens in a bar. Like I'd be like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stab you."
Oh shit!
I mean, I've been to so many bars, and I've never been accidentally stabbed.
I have a cigarette burn on my arm where I walk through a crowd.
Really?
And I accidentally was burned by a cigarette. Oh. That's what I'm envisioning.
Oh,
that could break concentration,
right? Is this a no smoking bar?
No, it's definitely you can definitely smoke.
I can actually just go up there and put my cigarette on her by accident.
Yeah, in theory.
No, we cannot get no. The last thing I need is for you to get arrested too.
So while you guys are making this...
Also, we're taking too long to make this decision.
Is she about 30 feet from me?
Yeah, she's about 30 feet.
She's probably closer to you because we're on the way far. We're like way in the back because we walked to a wall.
You could sneeze back to it and just like shoot lightning from your mouth.
You shoot a cone, don't you? Or do
oh
you
my
god!
No,
he's a lion.
Yeah. Oh, it's
lightning.
But what if we aren't?
But I also have that feat that lets me.
What if we start like?
I'll just put a hole in the wall.
You have?
right through his skull. I
Nothing
mean,
that will reach her.
Oh shit! Sorry.
sneeze.
Nothing that would help.
So the fight.
Chatz is very upset that your drinks haven't come yet.
Okay, we've all taken too long to make a decision, which means the time has passed.
Correct. So
Oh, I do have I could pull my sword out and just over there and bam. That's a little obvious.
It's a little obvious.
No.
Let's just not.
So as you guys are talking about what you should do,
I'm offended that no one came and took our drink order. That's what I was talking about.
I am too. Waiter?
Right?
there's only one waitress in the entire
so
place.
And she
yeah.
is probably get fired tonight.
Maybe.
She hasn't even been able to get our order.
Yeah, she spilled
She's
all of your
probably
drinks.
the only one that'll work there, though. So, are you really gonna fire your only worker?
Correct.
It's true.
Some people.
That's okay. We don't need drinks. We can get
Is
drinks.
she a
at the bar.
worker too?
She's not. She is a
Okay.
humanoid. She works at this
Oh.
tavern, and from what you can tell,
So she's a obvious local.
yes.
Oh, probably Rowan's sister.
I mean, no.
Rowan doesn't have a sister.
I don't know anything about your character.
I've told you that I don't have a sister.
I don't know that.
You have a hot cousin, though.
He has a hot cousin that he didn't know he had. But
She's not blue.
she is not. Anyway, so as you guys are trying to make a decision of what you're trying to do, Gregory, the male were-rat, manages to get the knife away from her. And let's see if he actually hits her. No, he missed real bad. So he goes for a stab right through the neck, and she manages to dodge right out of the way. But as he lunges, she bites his hand, and he drops the knife. So there again, you know, scuffle for the knife. And she wins again. So she manages to swipe it right from under him. And she's going to try to stab him in the throat this time. And yeah, she definitely hits. So she manages to stab him right in the neck. And as she does, he starts to just gurgle and grasp at his throat as he pulls out the knife. And it just spews blood everywhere.
Oh, yeah, I think so. They're down. They're down in a pit.
Yeah.
They're like in this box somewhere.
It could be like a Tarantino movie, just everywhere.
Yeah.
No, not that bad. It definitely covers her. Like, she is just
Oh, that's sad.
covered in his blood.
I don't
And
like this place anymore, Finnick.
You liked it before?
Well, it was fun when it was Rowan.
Yeah.
I do like to see him get hit up.
But he doesn't. Nobody died. Probably.
Maybe.
I mean, you saw Rowan get taken away.
Yeah, but I think my
Unconscious.
passive was high enough. I think that I noticed that he was faking it at least a couple of different times.
Yeah, he's better than that.
Yeah, he's fine.
He
Rowan's
usually
fine.
wins.
But he also didn't get stabbed in the throat with a dagger.
So, as he's gurgling, he falls to the ground, and you can see the were-tiger now, is no longer as concentrated on what's going on. And as she stops doing whatever she was doing,
Something licked my foot.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was not me.
hi.
The female, Evelyn, were-creature, she immediately drops her were-creature form back to humanoid, and still has like blood all over her, and she just looks horrified as her husband just slumps to the ground with a bloody dagger in his hand, and she just like kneels down in front of him and just starts bawling. And of course, everyone just erupts. All the guards erupt in just happy cheering and doing like they're ecstatic.
I just imagine it's like the 90s and it's Arsenio Hall's like pit and they're just all of,
Yeah.
You guys old enough for Arsenio Hall?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Okay, good. I just
I know
sometimes
what you're talking about.
he is Arsenio Hall.
Anyway, so they are just ecstatic. They are hooping and hollering and clapping and cheering and clanking their beers together.
I look really uncomfortable. I'm like,
Yeah, how are you guys acting?
I know that we need to fit in, so I'm just like.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna whisper to Sapphire. them or the lady. But I think we need...
The lady dropped her spell, so she's...
Yeah, but I think we still need to, like, keep an eye on her. I mean, clearly she's...
My top priority right now is Rowan. Please cheer like you really enjoyed this murder.
It was a good murder. One of the best murders.
I want you guys... What are you guys doing?
I authentically clap.
Okay, what are you doing?
Duke looks bored.
Okay, so I want all of you, all of you just roll performance as you guys are trying to fit into this crowd.
I'm authentically clapping.
Duke, I mean...
I
I'm
enjoyed
actually
seeing
bored.
a were-creature die.
Oh.
That's fair.
17.
Okay, 4. Okay.
Do you want me to roll?
I
Like,
mean,
Duke is not interested in...
He's very just
shitty fighting
nonchalant.
I probably would be
like-
very thrown off that a were-creature just died. The fact that there's a silver dagger
So
near
does he
me.
like look really concerned?
Who?
Him,
Finnick?
like because he rolled so poorly, does he look really concerned?
How do you want to look? Because so I'll let you tell, because like you were saying, you're distraught a little bit that a were-creature died.
Mhm.
And there is a silver dag, which is a big thing for you and your culture.
Mhm.
How would Finnick react?
I feel like he's very distracted because I feel like he would know that people die here and like has seen death and is probably fairly sad that he just watched someone be murdered by their lover, but know that it was going to happen with if they were there or not, and there was nothing to do. So he's probably distracted by that and wants to figure out how to get out of there. And he's concerned by this were lady.
Does anyone notice? Or are they all too distracted?
I will roll for it.
Are you covered up? How blue are you?
I when we're out in public, I'm wearing like a cloak with a hood, and
With
I got
gloves?
gloves.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty obvious if anybody looks at my face, but like,
Who looks at that?
right.
I will say, for the most part, you two seem to go unnoticed. There are definitely a couple people who look over and can tell, like, just natively that you are not being very genuine about it.
I'm really
Yeah,
excited.
she pulls it off. Unfortunately, you seem a little odd to them. Like, why are you here if you're not here to see people die, essentially? You know what I mean?
Especially as a were creature. Like,
right.
they
I
probably...
mean, you haven't shifted, so they don't know.
No, but like...
Yeah,
But
you can't innately tell somebody.
But as a shifter, I would look.
you have those features.
Animalistic features.
Mhm.
So it's like that pre-shift
Mhm.
period. So
So you definitely draw a couple eyes just from your
uneasiness.
yeah, like because you're not like clapping or anything. You're just kind of like
I feel like he's clapping, but it's like offbeat, like
Mm.
not with the people. It's like that white person clap.
Yeah, I got you. I was gonna make a reference that only Travis would get. Anyway.
I'm really bad at lying.
But you're all on performance.
I know. I was gonna say something to try and make it the reason why he looks so unhappy, but I'm really bad at lying,
Oh,
Yeah, so it's gonna draw more
so
attention.
it might draw more attention.
So I will just pull my cloak up more,
Okay.
and then I feel like we should start moving. Like, let's just move.
I want to leave. I want a lot of people to leave.
Shift to the corner then. Just shift away.
Is this that last fight? Is it that people are starting to leave?
I mean, it doesn't look like people are leaving at the moment.
Okay,
Because
this
like
just happened.
it just
Let's wait.
I want to
finished.
get closer to her though.
Let's go to the bar.
That's a great idea.
Let's go get a drink.
The bar is on the opposite side of the room from you.
Where
So
is she?
She is. So you guys. Okay, let me.
But if on the way to walk to the bar, will we go past her?
You could. Let me paint the scene a little bit. So there is the stairs that go up on this side of the room that has the bar right next to it. And then there's the pit in the middle. There is a large throne-like chair that's on the very south side of the room that is pretty close to the edge of the wall. There is a little space between the throne and the wall that you could get behind if you needed to, but people tend not to be near that throne. Like, it's pretty...
Is that Tiefling there?
No, she is not. It's an empty throne currently. But around the pit are several tables, and then people standing behind those tables. You guys are in the back corner over here. So if the stairs are on the northeast side, you guys are on the southeast side.
Okay.
She is on the southwest side at a table. So you'd have to cross behind the throne
Oh.
if you wanted to get to her.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can go north and around, like just go around the entire room to get to her if you really wanted to. And then you go past the bar if that's what you want to do.
So let's go to the bar.
Let's go to the bar.
Where are they compared to us?
They're a little farther north at a table.
So let's go to the bar, because then we'll be a little bit closer to her.
Yeah.
And maybe we could do some observation from a distance. Why do you want to get closer?
I'm intrigued by her. I want to investigate her.
Okay. Sure, let's go get a drink.
Okay, so you guys are heading north. And you guys would see that these two start heading kind of your direction. It doesn't look like they're coming to the table necessarily unless you guys
I don't even look at them.
No, we do, yeah.
Okay.
We are
like
not
we're
here
aware
with
of them. It's one of those where like you make eye contact, but you
see
immediately.
out of the corner. Like,
Yeah. Like you notice that we know you're there, but we're definitely ignoring you.
Yeah. I feel like there would be like some sort of like hand gesture, like that we know, like
Not even
knowledge,
that.
but it would be very sly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a hand gesture that we know you're there, but like we're not interacting with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you guys go past the table that these two are at, and manage to make it around to the bar. So as you guys are walking, are you guys doing anything while you're at the table? At this point, the maid, waitress, whatever, she would have come over with your platter of drinks and started handing them out to everybody.
Mm-hmm. I might kind of motion her closer, and
she bends down and puts her ear to you.
I'll say,
Excuse me, do you know that I might find at this one vendor? He sells the best incense. I heard he was in Fleetwood Marketplace, but I don't know what that is.
One moment. Because I don't know who that is, personally. Where are you getting that from him?
because we found they found a thieves' cant inscription that said, "Followers of dissidents come to the Fleetwood Marketplace."
Oh, that's fine. Okay, let me find it. So she would give you a weird look, like she doesn't understand what you're asking, and then say, honey, I don't know what the Fleetwood place is. I don't think it's anywhere in Taryn. Are you sure it's here in Taryn? Because I'm a local girl. I don't know much outside of the city.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I must have gone in bad directions. I could have sworn it was in this way. I'm from out of town.
Oh, I understand. We occasionally get travelers. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere, though. What brings you to town?
Oh, just trade and wares. Now, as you can see, my adopted son brought me here.
Okay, describe your disguise.
Oh,
again.
yes. That is the charm of the entire ensemble. So, for a while, I was wearing a porcelain mask of an old doll that I just broke off. Then that got broken because some would-be Tom thought he was going to take me back home with him, and I denied him, and he threw me on the ground. So, to replace my mask, I am wearing bandages to cover my face, but I am a tabaxi, so I have a very protruding snout. So, I keep my head pointed down so that it looks like I have a very long almond face. And to look like I had lips, I took some wax and formed them into lips, but it was a very hot day, so it's melted. So it looks like I have this bleeding white face
This is hot.
now.
Mm-hmm.
With like a geisha robe over my shoulders, wearing like workers' gloves, and also a very hot wolf cloak pulled over my ears.
So she says, we don't get a lot of travelers, but it's good that you managed to find us through the woods. and hopefully you can find this Fleetwood marketplace that you're looking for. But I'm guessing it's probably not in Taran. I know this place like the back of my hand.
That's unfortunate. It couldn't be on the mountain, could it?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never been on the mountain.
Oh. Well, me neither. I was in Taran when I was a little girl, but I don't recall a mountain here.
Roll me deception.
Let me look. I have to remember how to play this game.
Probably like plus 17.
Not quite. Ugh, that was a terrible roll, but
37.
it's a 14.
14?
Yeah.
How terrible.
2.
Guys!
Plus 12.
For real though, like...
So you can definitely tell she looks kind of peculiar at what you just said. Like, you're not sure if she really believed what you just said. But especially because she's lived here her entire life, you can probably guess, and she's never seen you before.
Yeah, he said he was there when
I was a little girl.
And she's an old lady.
That's true.
I didn't say anything about my life.
I don't get out very much. I live in a cabin deep in the woods. It's my family's homestead.
Oh, okay. And she immediately is like, I have to go back to the bar to get more drinks. I'll come back and check on you guys later.
Thank you, dear.
And she sets your ale right in front of you. Are you drinking the ale?
No. It just sits there.
Are you drinking the ale?
I didn't even want alcohol.
She bought.
That doesn't mean I want to drink it.
Well, she put it down in front of you. Like she bought a round for the entire table, so she sets down
This
an
is
ale.
not me drinking the ale.
I understand. But she sets the ale in front of you. Are you all drinking it? Okay.
I'll kind of kick him under the table and say,
Now don't be rude, dear. Take a sip.
You
I'm
hear in your mind. No, you. Don't you think you're overselling it?
and I
You
will.
can't respond to it in your mind.
I know.
Yeah.
Can you?
Can I? Is that part of your
It's
thing?
a telepathic link.
Oh, that you guys can both just communicate. I forgot about that. I thought it was one more thing.
Well, I may be overselling it, but you're definitely underselling it.
I'm selling it exactly how I truly am. This is boring to me.
Well, I have no choice but to sell it in a unique fashion, considering the way I look.
Doesn't mean you have to push this.
At least act normal. Everyone's sipping the drink. You don't have to drink it. Just put it to your lips and put it down.
I'm the farthest thing from normal here.
I beg to differ.
At least you have fur like they do.
And I have it all covered up. And I pull mine up and kind of just splash it on my bandages.
Okay.
So good.
Just so good. So I will say you definitely like. How much are you pouring? Are you just pouring a little bit?
No, it's like just a tip, like
Okay.
just to pretend.
So it dribbles on your bandages a little bit.
I think the bandages would absorb it.
It depends what kind of bandage. Like if it's semi-permeable or not. I'm assuming
I
it's
mean, it's probably like a gauze or a linen or something.
I mean, how much did you have? A wrap? Because this is what's wrapped
he's
in
like
it.
mummy. Like
Yeah.
Anyway, are your legs hurting? I can't be concerned for you.
Don't be concerned. I'm an adult. I'm only 24.
Exactly. So
All but everything below the neck is on camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
now you're fine.
God, you know my boundaries, girls.
So you get your gauze a little moist, we'll say,
Nice.
from the alcohol. You definitely get a couple looks from people as your drinking definitely doesn't fool a lot of them. As like you don't have lips.
Depends on how drunk they're all getting too.
I mean, they might not care either. You don't know, but like the rest of the table that you're sitting with, like definitely gives you eyes. But they are also drinking the drinks that you gave them, so you don't know if they necessarily care, but they definitely are.
As long as the free drinks are coming, who gives a shit?
Kind
Is
of.
that kind of what it looks like?
Yeah. But
You might need to keep buying.
anyway, so she's heading back to the bar. We'll go back to the pit. So, as this woman is mourning over her now dead husband, the announcer is saying, "Everyone, cheers for this thing being able to do the courageous thing and take her good-for-nothing husband out." And of course everyone starts cheering. And several of the guards now, from that door where they came out, come out and pick up the knife and pick up the dead body and grab Evelyn and start to drag her back to the cells. And they drag the dead body with them and they shut the door. And the announcer says, "Would everyone else like to see another fight?" And the crowd's like, yeah! And the announcer says, "Well, we only had 4 participants, and 2 of them are dead. Depending on how the werebear, Clifton, and this disgusting were-rat, Evelyn, are doing, we might not get a great fight out of them. I mean, it might just be a couple swipes and she's dead. So we'll save those for another night. But don't forget to tip your waitress and
Like, comment, and subscribe.
prescribe.
Prescribe.
Tip your waitress and drink heavily for who knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
And click that bell.
Click that bell, yeah, sure. Anyway. Smash that bell.
Oh,
But do it.
But really?
This is like a real deep...
Which wall did we just break?
All of
the
them.
YouTube wall.
Yeah.
Every wall.
Just
There
like-
were walls, and we Kool-Aid
We
Man
Miley
through.
Cyrus this, just wrecking ball.
Anyway.
I am 24 and I don't understand that.
I'm pretty sure 24-year-old would understand.
No, I think 24 would be like, who's Miley Cyrus? That's how young I am.
No, you're too old. The 24's too old. They still know who Miley Cyrus is.
But they're hip enough that they've looked up Billy Ray Cyrus because he's retro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and what was that one song he did?
The
Don't
one with
say
the
it.
country one?
Yeah, I don't
The
think.
Yeah.
country rap one that he did?
Yeah.
Wasn't it just his regular song, but like
Hold on. He's right. We can't say it because it will summon Billy Ray Cyrus.
Wait, you can't say the name of the song, or you can't say his name one more time?
Oh.
No.
That's
I
why
don't know.
you already said it twice.
No,
I know, right?
Anyway.
Yeah, a little
Drop
off.
it in the comments. You know what we're talking
Christian
about.
just cuts all of this out.
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna cut this out. It's fine.
You guys remember that time we talked about Billy Ray Cyrus for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh god, there he is!
He said his name time. It's like Beetlejuice.
All right. Anyway.
So
Don't get
Beetlejuice.
Anyway, so the announcer stops talking to the crowd, and everyone's kind of turns back to their individual tables, and you guys are now at the bar. What do you want to do?
So the fights are over. Are people starting to get up to leave, or are they drinking?
They're currently just hanging out.
So no more fights, just drinking.
Correct.
My kind of bar.
You don't like fighting?
I want to see what happens when everybody clears out of here. So...
At this time, it's probably close to like, I don't know, 10, 11? Like, it's, depending on what time this place closes, it might be a couple hours, it might be, a couple minutes.
I just want to see...
Once I hear who had won, I'm gonna whisper to Clifton. I don't know why I wanted to say Paddington.
Please give him a little hat and ring.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm going to whisper to him. I'm going to say, "I'll let you know what we're doing. Give me a couple good kicks. Not real kicks. A couple good kicks when the guards come in." And I take like some of the blood that obviously he has caused me, and I like dribble it around the sides of my mouth and like out my nose a little bit as well.
Okay.
And I'll lay down like on my stomach.
Give me a medicine check to see how well you can. Like,
Would it be a
I feel like
performance
it's like a performance
I
check.
know performance check. He's causing a fib.
Yeah, he's causing a fib. I mean, that could just be deception, though. I'm thinking medicine as like how it would make sense for blood to be coming out of you, like.
Well, I mean, I'm telling him to kick me like secretly in the
he's putting it on,
face.
like an act, so it's like a performance.
Yeah,
He's literally legit putting on a show.
But is it deception at the same time? Because he's putting on a show, but he's also lying at the same time.
But he's not. I think
performance
just deception.
is a form of deception.
Deception to me is more like you are yourself, like telling
Lying.
somebody a lie. Performance is more like you are acting, you're embodying something. It's still technically a lie, but you are like you're not trying to deceive somebody in the same way.
I think it's performance just because it's kind of similar to like the disguise kits where I'm just doing that. He's really doing more of the.
I mean, just reading the descriptions of the skills, performance is. It determines how well you can delight an audience with music, dance, acting, storytelling, or some other form of entertainment versus deception, which is whether you can convincingly hide the truth, either verbally or through your actions.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so deception then?
Yeah, I'll say deception. And
Okay.
he'll also roll deception.
So 10, so 11 for me.
Okay. Gotta look up the stats, but. Let's go back. Deception is charisma, correct?
Yes.
Mm.
You got an 11?
Mhm.
Okay. You did not roll well.
Don't get to choose who
You
you
keep
work
putting
with.
your money on this bear, but he keeps laying it down.
I'm sorry, you rolled a 2!
Oh my god.
Like, he rolled real bad.
Is he actually kicking me?
Yeah, and I'll say he's actually kicking it.
Don't kick me too hard. Oh, my
so
rib.
I will say
Kicks my face in.
I will say you do
Fucking bear.
I will say you do get your short rest. But when the guards are bringing the two in, and the doors open, and you don't have your eyes open, so you can't see, but you can definitely hear a scuffling and crying, profusely crying. And Clifton just goes in and pretends to kick you, but instead actually kicks you.
Yes.
And I will say,
Doesn't that mean he gives you advantage?
That's more believable then.
Yeah, I feel like you should get advantage on your deception.
I mean,
You're not just even you.
I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
that's true. So I will say you.
Will you give me advantage on my deception?
I will give you advantage on the deception.
Okay.
So it looks like Clifton just beating the shit out of you, essentially.
Lover squirrel.
Oh, yeah, so 17 instead.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like you are in pain, because you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're definitely going to take some damage.
Would you even need to roll a deception if you really are?
Oh, I'm
being
still
hard?
gonna lean into it.
Yeah, he's still pretending to take damage, which he is. So that's... I'll just say 6 damage.
6.
So he is just going at you as you're like curled up in a ball, I'm assuming, and just what'd you say?
He's gonna actually kill me.
Oh my god, what would we do?
We're gonna be like,
I just play Clifton the Bear after that, obviously.
What are we gonna do? You're gonna blame me. 'Cause that's what you guys fucking do.
Trust me, I hate you.
We don't know that you did what you did.
That's true. Only Chatz
Only
knows.
Chatz.
You'll find a way to blame me.
What?
What did you do?
He's the reason why Rowan is in
yeah,
jail.
you fucking psychic.
Anyway, so Clifton kicks you and is just repeatedly kicking you. And these guards come in with the dead body of Gregory and Evelyn, and the guards throw Gregory and Evelyn in the same cell.
That's horrible.
Yeah,
They're horrible people.
I know, but that's like really horrible.
They're
Like
horrible people. What do you want? So when they see that Clifton's beating the shit out of you, they immediately grab, open the door, try and grab Clifton, and they immediately grab you to try and change you into a different...
hey, you're getting your own living quarters now.
So, yes, they are going to put you in where Gregory was, right next to Evelyn, and separate you and Clifton, as they...
Aren't you lucky there's a new vacancy?
I can throw my own shit now.
Yeah.
No, you got Clifton shit, or not Clifton, what's it? Gregory shit.
I feel like throwing the shit of a dead man next to his wife with a really poor taste.
So...
Didn't know there was shit
something that
etiquette.
Duke would do.
Shit.
Yeah. So...
Oh, I'm writing that down.
I mean, it's recorded.
It is, but it's going in my notes.
There you go. So Clifton and you have your own cells now. Clifton looks like angry.
I don't know how to spell it, so...
It
is a new word. Spell it how you want, yeah. No problem.
Clifton looks visibly angry. And that these guards are taking you away from him, essentially.
Oh, thank God.
He loves you.
Sure. You don't know.
Who is he going to screw with now?
Right?
And the guards close both your doors, lock them, of course, and head out through the single door. And all you can hear is Evelyn crying and muttering to herself. And
as he's moving me, I'm gonna make...
You're gonna try to make an escape?
No, I am going to try to swipe his keys.
Okay.
As he's carrying me away.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand, I guess?
Yeah.
The least theatrical thing you've attempted while breaking out.
It's really not.
It seems like it to me.
So there'd be a 17.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I will say you take the keys from him, and then when he is going to try and lock up, he realizes, oh, where are my keys that I just had? So he's going to try and look for him. First he's going to look for him in Clifton's cell.
Eat
Your
them.
prison wallet.
Aren't you really fast?
Huh?
Run. Where's your Clifton cell? Run.
So he's digging around in Clifton's cell. He doesn't see it. The guards are holding Clifton back so he can't hurt him. But he is digging around in the cell. I will say you are currently not attended to, and your door is unlocked. So,
Sweet.
what would you like to do before they have the ability to lock the door? I guess.
Yeah. So I'm gonna shift.
Okay. What does it look like when you shift?
So my jaw protrudes just a little bit. I'm more feline than anything else. And my canines grow a little bit larger, and my nose becomes more, I guess, jaguar-like. And my claws elongate, and the fur on my face grows out a bit, or the hair rather. And
your right leg shoots up and you lick your crotch.
There's the good stuff.
That's what you wanted it for.
That's really what I wanted it for. He saw through me.
Do you make any sound when you shift? Like, do your bones crack? Do you when your figure's elongating in any way? Does it?
No, shifters don't make really as much noise as, say, a were creature would be, because their features don't they don't get as extended as a were creature's would. So basically, my face just becomes a bit longer. It's not a whole lot, but the muzzle comes out just a little bit. Like the skin is pulling back a little bit to make the face look like that. And then my hair just kind of grows a little bit and raises on edge. But yeah.
So you shift.
Yep.
And then what are you doing after that?
So I learned from my last mistake, and I am going to use a key point. I learned from last time. I am going to use a key point to take Step of the Wind.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fucking bolt.
Okay.
But I'm going to, like, imagine the guy is, like, so there's one holding Clifton, right? Like,
there's 2 holding Clifton and one that's digging around in his cell. That's looking for his keys.
Gotcha. So are they out in the hallway then?
Yes, they pulled Clifton out so that he could investigate the cell.
Gotcha. So I am actually going to, I don't know if you'll allow it. It's not really use an item, but I'm going to, as I like try to sprint past them, I'm going to toss the keys at we'll toss it to the one that's furthest out in the
to the guard?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm basically trying to get him to like do one of these to try to catch the keys. So
Do you think that the doors? I'm not there. I'm not gonna give you this.
Yeah, maybe just let him do it.
yeah.
I'm not,
No, I'm interested. How this
But
plays out.
I'm doing that like as I'll open the door quickly and then I'll like
Here, catch.
yeah, as I'm moving by.
Okay, so remind me, Step of the Wind, that allows you to disengage as a bonus action, and then shifting is an action, is that correct?
Oh, shifting is so I will redo this. I'm still going to take the action to disengage. So
Okay, so you're taking your action disengage and then your bonus action to shift.
Yep.
Okay. So you still have your
movement.
Your 50 feet of movement,
Oh no, I have 70 feet of movement while I'm shifted.
but you just said you didn't shift because it was
No,
bonus.
he bonus action.
I bonus action shifted, and
Oh,
then action
okay.
to disengage.
You didn't do Step of the Wind.
No.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Sorry.
So that way, it's been a while since I played Monk, so I saw that Step of the Wind is a bonus. So bonus shift, action, disengage, and then movement for me.
So you open the door and you draw their attention as the door squeaks open. And you throw the keys to one of the guards. And I will say, you were so fast, they don't have time to try and grab it, as it just smacks one of them in the face.
Good!
And you make it to the first door, which is slightly ajar already.
Mm-hmm.
And it's down, there's a small hallway that you remember from when you were in there, where there's 2 side doors, and then the main door that leads out to the pit. So you can easily, it's probably like 30 feet to that main door. So you probably have like 10 feet to get out to that first door, and then 30 feet to get that second door. So I'm assuming you are just beelining it directly to that door. Correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you get to the door that's right at where the pit is, and you go to try and open it, and it is locked.
Oh, she got the keys.
Should have kept the keys.
So as you hit that door and you're like, shit, it's locked, you can hear and probably see the guards are now scrambling to get Clifton in his cell and grab the keys and try and corral you. What do you want to do when you hit that door?
So how much movement would you say that I have
The door
left?
to the pit
Yeah.
that's locked? Is it a door or is it like a gate?
It's a door.
It's a door. It's
Oh.
like door with no window.
In my brain, I envisioned it like
Like a gate that
like
would
a
raise.
gate that would raise.
It's a pit, not a
Yeah,
coliseum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my brain
Let's
was
go.
imagining Grand Coliseum
No.
pit. Yeah.
Only mini.
Mini Coliseum. That's what I thought.
But yeah, how much movement would you say that I have?
You probably have 30 feet of movement left
Okay.
currently.
The door into here, does it shut like towards me, or does it shut like into the cell?
It shuts into the cell, I think.
So it would swing towards the door to the pit then.
Like, does it go when you open
Swing
it? Does
in
it
or
go like
swing out?
this?
Yeah.
Or does it come? Like, do you have to pull towards you, or do you,
Back towards the pit
Is it a
or
pull
in
or a
towards the
push?
cell?
I think it's a push, so it goes in towards where the cells are.
Okay. Gotcha.
So you would have to pull it from this side.
Like pull it. Are you trying to like prevent them from getting to you? Is that the idea?
That had been the thought, but I don't think I can outstrength them on this particular thing.
You said there are other doors, though, right? Like
Two other
side doors?
Correct.
Taking just a quick scan around this room, what's in this room?
There are the 2 doors to your side that are immediately to your side. It's a 10-foot long hallway. 10-foot wide hallway, sorry. And it's just the 2 doors on the opposite end. So you have
They
four,
don't have,
four
like,
doors, and it's
A table or anything else in here?
No, it's not like a hangout type area. It's more just like this is a thoroughfare between the two. And you would know that they have guards that stand right in front of the door that you just came from. And they just stand. There's no like sitting room available necessarily for that.
Gotcha. Let's see.
Just Hiroshima going off in here.
You tried. It's fine.
Hey, under the table's better.
I'm not a nice person, but I tried.
You need to be less talkative, buddy.
He's adorable. Can't you just isolate that?
I could isolate him in my arms.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please scoop the cat. Every animal so far has been on the recording, and I feel like this one does too.
I don't think Luna has been. She's very shy.
Yeah.
Freya was.
Tammy wasn't
Freya and Odin were.
even. Tammy was not. She also was very shy.
Yep.
Do we hear this upstairs?
You would probably hear like the door below you, like trying to open. You wouldn't necessarily know why.
No, why?
Because there wasn't a lot of commotion for you to hear, other than he shifted and threw some keys.
Have I ordered my drink yet?
So here's.
Yeah, you probably could. So
There's no window to this door at all.
no, this is a solid
Damn.
door. Yep.
With my 30 feet of movement, could I get to one of the side doors to attempt?
Yeah, you're within probably 5 feet of each of those.
Okay. I might as well go for one of the doors on
Okay.
the sides then.
Which one are you going for? The one on the west or the east?
We'll say west.
Okay. So you go for that door and it is unlocked. As you slam open this door, it's a small room. It looks like there is a desk. And on the desk, it looks like there are several papers and drawers in it. It looks like this is kind of like a storage area, but also keeping track of something. You're not really sure what.
Did the door swing in or out?
In.
In?
Yes.
Okay.
So in theory, you could try and barricade yourself in here. But it is a very small room. It's probably like a 10 by 10 room. So desk, chair, pretty tight quarters. I'll say that's probably the end of your movement. That would be your turn. So let's jump back to you guys. So you guys are at the bar. You're ordering your drinks.
You want to hear one of my dumb plans?
Yes, I want to hear all their plans.
Okay. Well, I can face through the floor.
That's not dumb.
The cell's right underneath us. Well, not currently, but where the gate or where the door.
Can you bring both of us through that door?
Oh, take me. That's why it's a dumb plan.
Could you bring him back if you left it?
No, I can only take me.
You two, being as you have both very high perceptions passively, you probably would both hear the locked door in the pit jiggle to try and something's trying to open it. But
Oh hell, I would have shoulder rushed that thing to get it open.
At this point, how many patrons are in the bar?
I mean, what I know, I am
Probably like 50.
He said something to you.
Like there's.
Oh yeah, Duke has as high of a passive perception as I do.
I have a 15.
I have a 17.
I didn't. Oh no, I have a 16.
Yeah, I knew you had one. I think Rowan has a pretty good one.
Am I just dumb? Why am I character dumb?
No. Yeah, you have
Perception isn't intelligence.
17. It's wisdom.
I know. I put mine into other things.
Yeah, so you both have 17 perception. I knew you had a high one.
Yeah.
I didn't realize yours was so high, but
I think somebody's trying to break out of that door down there. Dude, it sounded like somebody rammed into it.
Can we see
With
who's
their
there?
head.
Because I could get through the door and back with someone.
I can get
But-
in that area, but I can only get me in there.
Can you see who's there? And let me know.
Yeah.
Because you've seen me carry Chatz's body.
Mm-hmm.
I will say you have to be able to see where you're going for that to work. So you'd have to be able to, like, the door would have to be open in order to teleport in there.
Oh, then that's the point.
Because you don't have a concept of where you're going. You know what I mean?
I can only get me in there.
Is there a way to break down that door?
There are a lot of people in here still, right?
There's still a lot of people in here. So you guys are at the bar. The bartender looks over to you and says, "What can I get you?"
What do you have on tap?
We have ale. We have some wine, but mostly ale.
I'll have your most expensive ale.
Okay, that will be 1 gold, please.
Finnick will look at Sapphire. What would you like?
Same.
2 gold.
Perfect. Pay the man, please.
Oh, you know what? Okay.
Sugar mama.
No money.
I hand over 2 gold, confused as to what just happened.
So you hand him 2 gold, and he looks at you like expectantly.
Like no tip.
Oh, I hand him 3 gold.
Okay. So you
I assume that I didn't pay enough.
you hand him 3 gold, and he takes it, and you can see there is just spouts for the ale come out of. He just walks over to one of the spouts, pours it into some tankards, and brings it over to you. And you have seen him take ale from this tankard before, pretty frequently, as if it might not be the best ale. Like, it might not be like the most expensive. He might, from your passive insight, be tricking you. You don't really know exactly, but you are gullible enough that
She understands that she's being tricked, but she doesn't care because she's more worried about Rowan and also money.
Sure.
Free
Money.
beer. I don't care.
Yeah. So he plops down the 2 tankards in front of you and says, "Let me know if you need more."
Will do. And then, do we see anyone, like, so we hear a bang, like
You hear the banging from below.
the door. Is anyone else, like, seem concerned with that? Can we?
I mean, the whole room kind of takes notice, I will say. Like, people are looking at the door, like, confused. Like, that's not something that usually happens. So people aren't, like, jumping up ready to attack or anything, but, like, they definitely are keeping their
What's
eye.
the were lady doing?
The were-tiger? She was drinking from an ale, and she's definitely, like, her attention is drawn to the door, and you can see her tail is, like, flicking back and forth.
She has a tail, you say?
It's a were-tiger. Of course she has a tail.
And she shifted.
Yeah.
What do we do?
What do you guys do?
I can get there.
So the other people at our table, where's their attention at?
They're mostly paying attention to themselves, like they're talking to each other. But then when that happened, they definitely, like, looked at it and were very confused and started talking about that. Like, oh, I wonder what that was. I wonder if one of those pieces of shit was trying to get out. They deserve to die, blah, blah, blah. I mean, stereotypical propaganda for, like, these are lesser people. Like, they're not sympathetic in any way.
What are the guards dressed as? What do they look like?
They have, like, depends on which one you look at. There's several that are still in, like, the full armor, which is just, like, leather armor, nothing fancy. Most of them are in, like, more casual clothes, but they also have the armband that I described earlier.
Are any of them wearing, like, cloaks or anything?
I mean, yeah, some of them are wearing cloaks, yeah. Like, some are a little bit more casual. It is fairly warm out, so, like, I wouldn't say these are, like, wool, like winter cloaks. But
they do. Some of them are wearing cloaks.
Yeah, some are, I would say, are wearing cloaks or something.
What was that?
It's really risky.
What was that?
You're not there. Calm down, girl.
I think you're talking about the
Oh, sorry. I can change my cloak to look like one of the guards and hop down and.
Oh, that seems really risky.
But who's gonna mess with guards?
They're all guards.
No, they're just patrons.
They're guards on off duty.
You would know that the armband that they all wear are signs of the guard.
What are those two doing?
Well, my plan was to try and break in here after everybody cleared out.
Sounds like someone's trying to break out.
I can't get anybody but me in. And once I get in, I'd have to get him out the old-fashioned way.
Can you bust on my door?
No.
So if you got there, what would you do?
I don't know.
What are you two doing as you sit at this table?
So the tiger lady is across the room.
She's like diagonal from you guys. Yeah.
Diagonal, okay. Under the table and under my breath, I want to try and secretly cast Sacred Flame on her.
Okay.
To cause a distraction.
Let's go from 0 to 10.
Okay, so give me a sleight of hand.
Shit went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
I would like to... So where, in relation to where we are, is the door that leads into, like, where Rowan is being held in the pit?
Like the actual, like, holding cells?
Like, if I were to stand directly above it, where would I need to go to in the bar?
For the holding cells,
Yeah.
That would be underneath where the bar is. Like, you don't know this, but
where's the door?
The door is beneath you. You don't know that there's a hallway, but
Because we just see the one door in the fighting pit, and then there's.
But there's clearly something past the door.
Yeah, you saw that there was darkness behind it, but you don't know what it is.
So if we're right here at the bar, you can see the door, right?
No, it's beneath you. Like
so you could, in theory, just phase right through the floor and know that that I think is what you're asking, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you wouldn't know what is beneath you necessarily, but you know there is something behind the door.
There's something down there.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'm going to get arrested.
So, what's your sleight of hand?
You might give me advantage because there's kind of a commotion building.
No, there's no advantage.
Alright, well it's 10 then.
10?
Yeah.
Okay, so you slyly try and do something underneath your cloak, and it draws the attention of the people immediately right next to you. And they all look at you like you are like an ostrich or something. Like, you immediately draw their attention and they like stand up and look at you like, what are you doing? And you can see some of them like visibly look angry that you were potentially trying to hurt them, because they don't know what you're doing. You're just like mumbling and doing stuff with your hands.
She's old.
Because it's
lost in a mind.
What are the components? Is it verbal and somatic?
Yes, that's all.
Okay. So they look angry at you, and you're going. Sorry, what did you say?
She's old, lost in her mind at her age.
Shouldn't do it.
Roll me a deception check. as you try and help her not get hurt by these several guards who are intimidated by this thing they don't understand.
Oh god, I'm going to get arrested.
Oh, you're fucked.
Did you roll?
5.
Ooh.
Okay,
Are you guys starting a fight over there?
well, they're
I'm
drawing-
fucking about to, I
they're
guess.
drawing people.
Causing a distraction for sure.
So they see you doing this and they hear you say that and they said, well, why don't we take care of this for you? And they are going to try and grab you. Are you doing anything to try and escape their grasp, or are you going to try and run? Are you doing anything to stop them from trying to grab you? As they are in your immediate vicinity and they're going to try and at least stop you potentially.
Is this causing a really big distraction in the area?
In the immediate vicinity over by where they are, yes. I will say that the other side of the room doesn't seem to have noticed what's going on yet. They just saw, they might have seen from the corner of their eye that some people are standing up and there's a small commotion, but it's not like the announcer drawing everyone's attention or anything.
I disengage.
Okay.
In the form of me tipping back in my chair and rolling out of it to my feet. And then I'm going to beeline it through the crowd up the stairs.
Okay.
Up the stairs, out of the place?
Yeah.
You're just fucking gone?
Yep.
Okay.
What do we do now?
So, one second. So, you disengage, and you're just immediately going to run, right?
Right.
Roll me an athletics check, or acrobatics. Either one.
Okay.
It looks like you're...
Which one am I going to roll now that's not going to fail me?
So you're trying to, you disengage just fine, but you're trying to roll out of this chair that you're in. Stealth, finessely. You have +9 acrobatics, so...
Okay. That's better.
Not that you needed it.
No.
No. But it's a 28.
Yeah, you're fine. So, you, as a feeble old woman, manage to lean back as they go in to grab you, and you just, go right underneath their arms as you, tumble, somersault to your feet, and you're just, as spry as can be, and you're just, bolt as fast as you can, and you have 30 feet of movement, you probably get to the top of the stairs easy.
Yes.
So, Duke, as you see your friend try and get grabbed, immediately, get the fuck out of there, how are you reacting?
That was new. I mean, I'm definitely surprised because
You weren't expecting her to...
I'm not expecting someone to just fuck right out of this situation
Right.
from me. I am going to ask, how again were you planning on taking care of this for me?
So they're immediately, surprised by that, and then they look at you, and they're still angry, but not necessarily at you, but at the situation, you can probably gather. And they're like, we were gonna beat the shit out of her for trying to hurt us.
I don't think she agreed with that.
Obviously not, she ran away like a little pussy. Pussy cat.
Meow meow.
Did you say that about all your cat's friends?
We don't have cat friends here.
I point to the were-tiger.
I mean...
Not you, the
Yeah,
were-tiger.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what I am.
There's a difference between a tiger and a tabaxi.
Yeah.
They're both feline.
One is a were creature, the other is a piece of shit.
You'll forgive me if I don't give it to you.
Anyway.
Do your shit.
You plan to beat the shit out of an old woman who apparently can move quickly.
Yeah. I don't know what she was, but she definitely wasn't an old woman. And you're obviously friends with her.
What tells you that?
You stick out like a sore thumb there, Dragonborn.
Congratulations. You've recognized the one who's not like you.
Whoa.
It's best you leave before this erupts in more of a conflict. And you can see several of the others now have put down the drinks, and they visibly look angry, like they are ready for a brawl. And the one that is talking seems to be a little bit more level-headed, like they might be some higher rank than some of the other ones.
Do we know if... Do they all worship...
The same deity?
Yeah.
I mean, none of the... Okay, give me a perception as you're looking around to see if you notice anything unique about some of them.
14? My passive is 15.
Yeah. You're actively looking for like.
I'm asking if we already know this.
I mean, you probably wouldn't know a lot about their religion necessarily, like just natively. But you don't see any obvious religious signs on these people.
Okay.
Like they're not wearing like crosses around the neck in any way. Like, so it's not obvious what religion they are. You knew that Kudath was a worshiper of Baphomet, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Not cool.
No. Yeah, Baphomet. Yes, I'm correct. So, I mean, you don't know if that's a common religion amongst the were creatures, or if it was just a Kudath thing. But that's kind of all you really know about their religious stance. But we'll come back to your decision in a second. Okay, so Rowan, you are held up. You're currently just sitting in that room.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear down the hall. Several of the guards are moving around. You hear the cell door shut and a click with the lock.
Obviously, they got
the keys that you threw at them. And you can hear them starting to come down the hall now. What do you want to do as they're making their way towards you?
another quick glance around. Is this where they put my pack?
As you're glancing around the room, you don't see any bindles or anything. It seems like this is probably a little bit nicer kept than maybe the other room was.
Sure.
But it looks like this is more of a, I don't want to say office, but kind of like an office. Like it's not as disheveled as like just a regular like throw some shit in here, you know,
Storage room kind of thing.
Yeah, like you might see as you're like scrambling around this room, you might see some like bandages and like a healer's kit type of thing. And also probably several, what's what I'm looking for? Like, things that someone would tend to a wound with. Like this is probably like a little, I don't want to say like healer's room kind of thing.
It's a nurse's station.
Yeah.
They got like tongue depressors and some Band-Aids.
Yeah.
Lollipops. What do you have in a nurse's station?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going for.
Tongue depressors?
Yes.
That's what I said.
I mean, that's about it. Tongue depressors and ice
Popsicle
packs.
sticks.
Yeah. Because popsicles exist.
Why not? They got ice.
They don't have freezers.
They got magic.
There's
Yeah.
literally an entire race of machine people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Warforged probably don't exist here. They might. I don't know. Fuck. Anyway. Anyway. So that's what you see in the immediate vicinity around you as you hear them coming down the hallway.
Looking back, have they made it to the hallway?
I will say, because it took them some time to deal with Clifton, close the door, get the keys, make their way, like, they're making their way down. You have one more turn, I will say, to do anything you want in this room.
Punch the door down.
I mean, sure, you can try.
I was like, they probably look like pretty thick wooden doors.
Yeah. What are you gonna try and do as they are descending upon you?
Quick judgment, like from here to the other door on the opposite end. About how far?
From the entrance to where you came in here, it's only 10 feet.
Oh, to the other door?
Yeah. So
okay.
Because it's a 10-foot wide hallway.
I am gonna go and quickly run across, throw my body against that door, and see if it opens.
So this one is locked.
Yeah, of course.
Unfortunately. So you elbow this door and you just slam into it. And as you do, you see now down the hallway the 3 guards that are coming.
Sure.
What do you...
With the rest of my movement, I am moving back into the doorway.
Okay.
We can still see you.
Yeah, I can totally see you.
just walk, man. But I will move back into this other room. But as I'm doing so, I'm going to yell towards the door to the arena. I am going to yell out, "Prisoners escaped outside!"
Okay. Give me a deception check to see how convincing that type of language is.
9.
Okay.
But did we hear that with our passive?
I mean, it's probably pretty muffled, and this is probably around the same time that Chatz is leaving. So I will say you're a little distracted. You might hear some, like, muffled, because it's through the floor and through a door. So I will say it's pretty hard for anyone upstairs to hear, but you definitely hear some commotion coming from below. You probably can't make out the words, but the sun's going down. Like, you probably would have heard him smack into that door.
And then some muffled noises.
Yes.
So, yeah. Oh, God.
So, Chat's just left. You're in the room with the desk and bandage supplies.
I'm keeping it so, like basically only one person can come up to me through the door, like taking a step back just so I leave the door frame.
Okay. So you're allowing entrance to the door?
Just to the front. Like, I'm standing, like, if this were me, this is the door.
So the door's open, but you're in the doorway, correct?
Yep.
So they'd have to stand right in front of you in order to attack, is what you're saying.
Yep.
I will say that they can get past you. It just takes extra movement to get past you, unless you're trying to...
oh, man, I haven't done an action yet. You know what? You said the door swings in?
Correct.
Oh, let's be stupid. I close the door and I run back and I push the desk against the door.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will say, with all your movement and your action and whatnot, you can manage to barricade yourself in. I'm assuming you're like up against the thing, trying to keep it from opening.
Yeah, you said this was only like a 10.
It's a very small room, 10 by 10. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, like, I'm moving. Just as a picture, I close the door and I jump on top of the desk and I put my, like, back against the wall and then I, like, use my feet to push the desk
nice.
forward.
Okay.
Use my feet to kind of keep it closed.
You're holding the door shut, and as you do, they make it to the end of the hallway and they're going to try and start breaking in that door, essentially. Go ahead and give me contested strength checks. There's only one of them that can potentially break down the door, so it's not possible. But you definitely hear a commotion coming from that side.
Can I?
It's a 13.
Okay. That's natural 20. So
Can I?
what are you doing?
Can I? I'm standing right above where the door area is, right?
In theory, yes.
Can I cast etherealness on myself and face through the floor?
Etherealness allows you to go into the ethereal.
And when you're in the
plane,
ethereal
correct?
plane, you can go through anything on the material plane. You just kind of like...
Step into... I'm just reading about the stuff.
Yeah.
Step into the border regions if you're playing in there where it overlaps. Currently made the borders for the duration. You can move in any direction. If you move up and down, every foot would cost an extra foot. You can see in here.
Are you able to communicate with anyone else?
Always going to drink less from now on.
Why?
It's so good.
Like in your glass?
No, with cayenne pepper.
Oh, I didn't know you changed anything. You can't see anything more than 60 feet. You can only affect and be affected by other creatures on the ethereal plane. Creatures that aren't on the ethereal plane can't perceive you and can't interact with you. You ignore all objects and effects that aren't on the ethereal plane. Allow you to move through objects you perceive in the plane you originated from. And it lasts for up to 8 hours. Is that right? Okay. So you can operate as a creature.
Is that a gas thing? Or is that a range?
It's a thing for that I get for being the planner.
Oh, planner wire.
Yeah, so I basically, when you're on the ethereal plane, you can move through things on the physical plane, including like floors. So my plan is to literally drop through the floor and see what's beyond the doorway and what's going on, because nobody will be able to see me.
Okay. How does it look when you turn ethereal? Like when you're standing next to Finnick?
I just disappear.
Like, are you casting a spell on you, or is it just like an innate, like it just happens?
It is innate that it happens because it's part of like my class. But it says it's verbal somatic, so I imagine that I kind of like do some weird hand movements, and maybe I say something in like Elven, and then I kind of just.
Okay, so you're drawing. You could potentially draw some commotion.
Right.
So,
I like to do it in a way where like. Is there like a wall I can lean up against, or...
Well, you're standing right next to the bar, so no.
Right. So what I'll do is that I will just sit on the floor in front of the bar with my back to the bar, so I'm like kind of low. And I'll like gesture for Finnick to kind of stand in front of me, so that he's kind of blocking me from most people. And then I will cast it.
Okay. So you sit down and you gesture for Finnick to stand over you and kind of obscure,
right? Kind of like I'm drunk or something, and he's like seeing if I'm okay, one of those kind of things. And then I will cast it kind of quietly, and then I'll just kind of start to sink through the floor.
Okay. I will say, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand. I will say, the DC is pretty high for someone to see you because you're obscuring her.
But would she get advantage because I'm helping her hide?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, the DC is very high for someone to see you anyway.
Oh, that's above a 20.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. So, yeah, I do that, and then I start pacing through the floor.
I will pick up her beer and just start tasting my beers.
Sounds good. So you face the floor, and I will say you are on the closer to the opposite side of that hallway. If you remember correctly, it's door to the arena, 2 doors, and then 30 feet down the hallway, there's that door that goes to the cell. So you are probably like 5-10 feet from that door as you go through the floor, and you see there are 3 guards, one that just barrel rolled.
I want to kind of like walk in. Okay, so can I see into the room if he's just barrel rolled into the room?
You're not close enough yet. I mean,
gotcha.
Because you just face directly down.
Yeah. So once I'm in a hallway, I'll start heading towards the guards.
Okay.
And maybe try to like, I'm gonna try to head towards the guards so I can see what's in the room.
Okay.
Just real quiet, like I'm being really quiet and stealthy, even though nobody can see me.
Yeah.
Nobody's in the house.
Oh yeah.
It says if you move up or down, every foot of movement costs. So I will say to go down is probably like 20 feet, because it's probably 10 feet down to the floor. So you have another 10 feet of movement. So you wouldn't be able to get to that door where Rowan is. You probably could start getting there.
And it's a bonus action to cast that. So
no, it's not. The cast time is an action. The spell is that, I guess, I don't know if
it says it's a bonus action for me.
Oh, okay.
Probably because she's a planar warrior.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm just going by the spell itself.
So then, so I will just use my action because I can't do anything to anybody because I am a ghost. Basically.
Essentially.
So I will just use my action to go and see what's going on.
Okay, are you going to go into that room then? Or are you just going to hang out in the
I'll just stay
hallway?
behind the guards and look in the doorway.
I mean, you can stand in the same space as a guard as far as I know. You
Hey, you're a
can occupy the same spot as an object or a solid object, a creature, but you are immediately shown to by unoccupied space.
If I become ethereal.
Yes.
Material.
If you become material, yeah.
Okay,
Material.
so I will, they didn't take our weapons away when we came in here, did they? Okay. I will, I just want to see what's going on. I want to see who's in the room.
Okay, so you are standing close by, I'll
Mhm.
say, and as he busts through this door and the door swings open, so you are in there with the desk, and with his natural 20, he just barrels over you, so you will have the desk fall on you, and you're pinned down now, I will say, in that room. And so you would see someone get pushed down in that room and get pinned down as these three now try and make their way into that room.
Okay. I use my turn, so I can't do anything else currently anyway.
Correct.
So I'm going to wait and see what happens.
Okay.
Because I can't do it.
So as they come in, and you are pinned down by the desk, I will say it was their. I mean, it was only one of their turns to break down the door, so they still have two more turns. Like two of them have turns.
We're gonna be able to fit in here with the desk?
Well, the desk is on top of you. It's occupying the same space as you. So, I mean, they can still come in. There's two other spaces on the other side. It's not a lot in this room. So I will say that the two others that didn't take their actions.
His body is obscured by the desk, though.
It is.
Yeah, you got partial cover by the thing squishing you.
Sure. I will say you are prone, but you have partial cover.
Oh, good. Just in case they try to shoot me with something.
Yes. But they're definitely going to get in melee with you.
Oh, sure.
And they're definitely going to try and either attack you or try and subdue you in some fashion.
Sure.
So I guess I will roll for it. They each get a couple attacks, okay? So the first one, I'm going to say they're specifically trying to non-lethally attack you, just because you are a prisoner. They're not trying to kill you, obviously. But you are prone. Does a 18 hit you?
Yep.
Okay. So that's the first one. First hit from the first guy.
You're just gonna watch me get curb stomped in
Can't
here.
do anything. I'm a ghost.
And the second one is also an 18. So that's 2 hits from the first one. The second one, that's a 20. Fourth attack, that's over a 20. So you take 4 hits, average of 13 from each hit. I'm assuming you're down?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I didn't feel like rolling the dice. But they are just going to subdue you in some fashion, either by hitting you with the blunt side of their great axe, or swords, or whatever they have. And you see this person who is in there currently pinned down by a desk is just being pummeled by these two guards. And as they finish pummeling you and you go unconscious, you don't need to be rolling that save, don't worry about it. As they pull up his lifeless body, you can see now it's obviously Rowan, and they slowly rearrange the room and grab him and start heading back towards the
Okay. There's only 3 cards?
There's 3 guards, yes.
Okay.
And 2 of them are currently occupied by grabbing Rowan. And one of them is just supervising.
Rowan is unconscious.
Yes.
Doesn't look like they're gonna kill him though, right?
No. Roll me a medicine to see if you can ascertain if because he took a fucking beating from the werebear. So as far as you know, he's dying.
Healed.
Is 14 total?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will say you have a vague understanding of... It didn't look like they were actually trying to kill him. Like, they weren't using the sharp end of their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They were just trying to subdue him.
Okay.
And so you have an idea that he's probably fine.
Okay.
But you do see them trying to take
Okay,
him.
I'm going to follow them and see where they take him.
Okay.
It's not very far.
No.
I don't know that.
That's true. So... What? So they grab Rowan, bring him down the hall, and throw him into that spare cell, and they lock the door.
Okay.
So you would see them put Rowan right next to Evelyn, which is across from Clifton,
Sure.
and the dead body of Gregory.
I will patiently wait for them to leave.
Where are you waiting?
Yeah, just walk into Rowan's cell with him.
Okay.
Because I'm ethereal.
Okay.
Or I'll just back up and if they walk through and they won't notice I'm here. So I'll just wait in the hallway. Which way do they go, I guess?
Which hallway are you waiting in? You waiting in the hallway?
I'm gonna wait in the
cells?
in the jail room,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. So you're just hanging out nearby his cell. Okay.
And see
So-
which way they go.
Well, they are just going to go out the one door that is in here and shut it.
The opposite way?
No, the one that they came in. There's only one door into this cell.
Okay, I got you, okay.
So
Shut it.
And they shut it, and there is a small window in here in that door. So they have a visual of what's going on in there.
Okay, I'd like to follow them just a little bit to see where they go.
Okay, so the two of them stand on the opposite side of that door.
Oh.
Like they immediately shut the door and just stand there. And the one that was like the third one just walks to the end of the hallway, unlocks that door at the very end, and then closes it.
Does it look like the two in front of the door have keys on them?
Give me investigation. I'm assuming you walk back through and start like peering at them in your etherealness.
Yeah. Investigation is not very good. Oh, 19!
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So you are digging around with your eyes because you can't interact with them in any way. So you're just like looking around, looking at their shorts, looking at their pockets that see if they might...
Go to flick them in the balls, but I can't touch them.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, why is it so windy in here?
You don't see any keys on them.
Okay.
But you probably would have seen like the one guy that did have keys that locked the Rowan, that locked the door behind them. Like there was obviously one of them that had keys. It just wasn't these two.
Okay. What do? Do I try to break Rowan out? Do I go and talk to the group? Because we're definitely going to do better as a team. What do I do? These guys don't have keys, so...
While you make that decision, I'm going to come back to you guys. So what are you doing? You're currently being confronted by a bunch of were creatures as Chatz ran off, and you no longer have sight of Sapphire and Finnick's just double fisting.
I'm aware of what's going on. I am just drinking.
Yeah. But Sapphire is no longer with him.
You no longer see him.
You broke the seal.
How you doing over there, Sunny Jim?
Fine.
So I made it to the stairwell.
You made it as far as you want. Like they are.
Is there anyone in the stairwell?
No.
Okay.
It's just like stairs that go up to a landing and then up to the door.
Well, I'm probably going to assess the situation in the stairway, people's sight. Because obviously I was being found out, but also now I'm really like suspicious.
Are you going up the stairs and out, or are you just hanging out in the stairwell?
For right now in the stairwell, okay, so oh shit. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yep. So down in the pit, is there like a bunch of the were creatures?
Because you're hanging out on the stairs and you're not like actually leaving, they might actually come for you because you are still a potential threat to them.
Okay.
Because you didn't vacate. In my mind, you vacated the premises. Like you like fucked off, but you're still hanging out. So they might still come after you.
Okay.
Is my inclination.
Okay.
So.
Did I get a good look at people, like, kind of an idea of the general uniform of maybe some of those were creatures in kind of command?
I mean, a lot of the guards have very similar garb. It's not obvious who is necessarily in command necessarily. The only reason I said the one that is more calm about it is he is being like authoritative in some fashion. That's kind of the only reason I gave that inclination. You have no idea how they signify their ranking situation, because I mean some of them are not even in their normal garb.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll continue up the stairs. Once I get closer to the top of the stairs, I'll kind of slow my pace and try and act normal as I walk out the front door, though.
Okay. So you are leaving it. Okay. So you make it to the top, and you walk out that door, and you see that there is one were creature that is taking the admission, and they don't seem to be alerted or anything by you leaving.
I will beeline towards like dark alleys or something, somewhere where I can be obfuscated. Okay.
So as you are leaving the area, go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw. Okay. Great. Save. That is an 11.
Okay. So as you're leaving, you kind of feel a little uneasy, like, not necessarily being like compelled to do anything of that nature. You just feel you feel like someone's kind of keeping their eye on you. Like, you're not necessarily safe in the immediate vicinity. Like, you feel like maybe you're being followed, or maybe someone, like, you just feel kind of uneasy.
Okay. Are there any trees in town?
Not in the immediate vicinity. It seems pretty industrialized, I guess. Developed. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Most of the houses are kind of hovels, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In this vicinity, yes.
All right. Well, I will continue to go down dark alleys, and then I'm going to make a point to make twists and turns to maybe throw off any would-be pursuers. Okay. And maybe like try and just be sneaky about it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me stealth. What are you doing as you're kind of being confronted by some of the guards?
As I'm being confrontational?
Yes.
27.
Okay, thank you.
I don't even remember the last thing they said to me.
They were saying that you were obviously friends with her and you stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, congratulations. You have eyeballs. Okay. So, I'm going to stand up, kind of slowly start walking away. Was it one in particular that was doing the talking out of that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The one that tried to approach your friend and now is kind of in your face is definitely the more authoritative one. Like, the rest of them kind of just going along with it.
Okay. So, on the way out, and
you're heading towards the stairs then?
Well, yeah, I haven't, turned my back to them yet.
You're just, walking
Well, no,
backwards,
I'm not, walking backwards. I haven't, actually... I've stood up, taken a few steps back from the table.
Okay.
And that one that was talking, Let me actually like
think about it for a second.
No, what my okay. You're really going to let my Harbinger leave? Your boss won't like this.
You're doing this in the mind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and as soon as you start talking to them in the mind, he...
It's
like,
just that one guy.
Yeah, he immediately is like, what the hell is going on? Like, obviously very confused. He doesn't, like, look at you necessarily, but he definitely is looking around, like, trying to see if I'm, like, talking to him. And immediately he thinks, well, what he doesn't know won't hurt him. I'm sure Kudas won't hear anything about this. This is just a scuffle at the pits.
You don't think Kudath has connections and is watching every one of your moves? He sees all as I do.
All as you do? What are you? And you can definitely tell this guy's like looking up at the sky, like the ceiling, like what the fuck is going on? Like he is very confused, and trying to figure out what this is as he's talking to this thing in his head.
Yeah, and Duke is just standing there like, this. Okay, so it is I, Lord Baphomet. You don't know who your master follows?
And as you say that name, he
How inferior you must be to him.
He immediately, like, you can see, like, a look of fear comes across his face, and also, like, a little bit of skepticism. Like, you can definitely tell just the way he's reacting that he is scared of the thought of anyone's wrath, really. But also, like, what the fuck is this? Is a literal god talking to little old me? He has just this confused, kind of uneasy look upon his face as he looks back to you and says, "What are you still doing here?" As he's like trying to get back to what he was doing.
Wondering what you're doing.
Don't worry about what I'm doing. What are you doing? Are you going after your friend, or do we need to fucking follow him?
You're the only one who said right.
Well, then,
You've told me to leave, I was going to, and then you started doing some weird shit.
Well, then leave!
I'm starting to be concerned about the safety of everyone else here. Are you about to lose your goddamn mind?
So what if I am? And he, like, you can tell he looks a little bit more angry and his fur starts to, like, prickle up a little bit, like you're challenging his authority a little bit. And he's also confused, and he's starting to get a little angry, and he's starting to get in your face a little bit. And his comrades are, like, egging him on, like, yeah, you can do this. Like, beat the shit out of him. Like, let's see what you can do. They turn to you and say, "So are you leaving, or are we going to need to make this personal?"
As if you already haven't. I'm on my way. But I think you need to find out a better way to treat your guests.
Okay. Are you...
And as I turn to leave, one final message for Senior Crazy Pants of the Spooky Bunch. You may not tell him, but I will. And Kudath isn't going to like that you've driven off any help we could have.
So,
That final conquer.
Are you keeping an eye on the leader now as you're walking
I said
away?
that before I was, so like as I'm turning on, like, whatever, guys.
So you would see a similar look of fear again come across his face as he is again like looking up, trying to figure out, and then looks down at the ground like, what the fuck? Like that confused, fearful type of reaction as you start to walk away. Are you heading up the stairs then and out, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll get to you guys in a second. So, what are you doing as you're hanging out at the bar?
So can I see that whole...
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's super obvious.
So I saw Chatz,
like almost get grabbed
but
and
like boo 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 and go away.
yeah, and run away.
And then some sort of exchange between Duke and...
Yeah, it's you probably wouldn't hear what they're talking about necessarily, but you probably would definitely hear like a commotion coming from that.
How far away are they from me?
Probably like 15, 20 feet, something like that.
I would, I guess, like just like slowly kind of walk that way. Just hold my beer, my tankards. And like not interact with him, but like just try to get closer to see what's going on. Because I know Sapphire is beneath us, and I want to see what they're doing.
Okay, so you would have gotten that, like, the leader that's confronting Duke is looking a little confused, trying to figure out what's going on, and, like, having this altercation with Duke a little bit, and kind of getting in his face, and then Duke just backing up and eventually leaving. And as Duke leaves, are you following, are you hanging back, or how are you reacting to that?
So they have basically all have left, correct?
The ones at the table, or these two?
Those two. Those guys have left.
Yes. Duke just left well after Chatz left. So Duke is like walking up the stairs, and the group that was kind of up in arms have now sat down,
settled
and
down,
like grabbed the beers that were left down, and they're starting to drink again.
Just before I go up the stairs, I guess you've never experienced this before. You will hear my voice in your head.
Okay.
Saying, get the name of the one that was just talking to me. We'll need it for later.
So I would hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Go better.
I would like shake my head and be like, would I recognize the voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually giving you my voice.
Can you disguise it otherwise?
I mean, as anyone can disguise their voice.
I don't know.
I mean, it's just literally I'm conversing to you within the mind, and you only need to understand one language to be able to respond. That's why it's so fun.
I feel like Finnick would be just annoyed that Duke's talking to him just because of their relationship. So I feel like Finnick would finish like the beer he was drinking and like put the tankard down, take the other one, and like walk over to the table and just like start. Because how many people are at the table?
Probably at least a handful.
Like 3 or 4.
I would say like 5 or 6. Like you could probably fit like 6 or 7 at the table is my guess. And
That's
2
a big table.
I mean, yeah, these are decent sized tables.
I wonder why there's no room for us to have giant tables.
Yeah, so there's now 2 spots open at the table, and there's like, I'll say there's 5 at the table currently.
I guess Finnick would walk over that way and pretend to bump into the person that Duke was talking to.
Okay.
And he'd be like, "Oh, excuse me," and like drink some beer and be like, "Didn't mean to bump into you. I just enjoying the pits and the fights tonight. What are you guys doing? It looks like you just had a little adventure yourself."
Give me performance as you try and act a little bit sloppier than you are, and this guy.
It would be a straight 11.
Okay. So as you bump into him, and you can definitely tell he's still kind of angry from the altercation he just had. He just looks you over, and doesn't necessarily like what he sees. And is still a little like, "Who the fuck are you? Like, get away from me," kind of thing. And he says, We're just seeing some were-rats get fucked up and trying to enjoy our drinks here, and this guy just fucking tried to attack us, and his friend over here started to defend his friend, who he didn't say was a friend.
Yeah.
It was fucking weird. And who are you coming over here trying to sit with us, trying to talk to us? Like, what do you want?
Yeah, that's when I think Finnick would like pull back his cloak to kind of show his like shifter features.
Okay.
So he like he's trying to like be like, "Hey, we are the same. We are all
We're all in this together."
We are the same.
Okay.
We're not, but we are. And be like, "Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, that was a crazy fight. I kind of wish he would have won. Whatever. But those were-rats, they're not as strong as the rest of us."
And this is I'll say he's a were-boar.
Okay.
So he has kind of like that protruding snout and like tusks.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to take notes. And he sees your similar features, and he's not like ecstatic to see that you are similar, but he's a little bit more friendly to you.
It's been softened a bit.
Yeah, like seeing that you're not a dragonborn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you are at least akin to him in some fashion. He seems a little bit more open to conversation, and so so you're standing up, and he's sitting down currently. So he gestures for you to sit down as well.
Okay.
And says, "Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing that bitch get her throat slit. But I guess bitches be crazy, right?
Bitches be crazy. I guess he got what he wanted, or what he deserved.
Yeah, damn right. It was disgusting were-rats.
I wish the fight would have been a little longer, but
I mean, they're pretty weak.
Yeah, they're not much, right?
Yeah, and he like elbows you a little bit. Like
I would just laugh.
Like he can tell, like you're pretty hardy compared to the were-rats. Were like, like they didn't have a lot in there. Yeah. Whereas you seem like you have a little bit more fight in you. You're a little bit. Yeah. I won't say heavy, but like you're a little more
healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would raise my tankard to him. I assume is he drinking?
Yep. He's drinking.
I would raise to cheers.
Yeah, and he cheers with you, and everyone at the table starts cheering with each other, and taking heavy drinks.
Yeah, I just say, "Nice to meet you. Chuck's the name. New to town, and I'm glad to find." What's her name? Chuck. Glad to meet fellow person who enjoys a good fight and a good drink.
And he slams down his drink after taking a long sip of it, and he says, "I'm Serge. Nice to meet you."
Serge.
Okay. Oh my god.
I'm Coca-Cola.
Oh, Serge with a U or an E?
You.
Oh.
Wait, is he Sergeant Surge?
Yeah, I
gotta write you hiding somewhere.
I went U or went E like Surge,
Surge.
He's a werebore.
Yes, werebore.
He'd be like, "Oh, nice to meet you, Surge. let's get another round over here. And he would like motion for the waitress, but not too well because he's doesn't really want to pay.
So as you're looking over to where the waitress is, she is helping us at a different table. So like you are trying to get her attention, and she seems a little preoccupied. And you see the 2 drinks that these 2 left that are still at the table. And Serge like pushes one over to you and says, "Here, you can take one of these that those weirdos left."
Thank you. And he would take it and like, I guess drink it.
Okay. So are you just hanging out at the table with them? Or I guess how long are you planning on hanging out there? Because that'll depend on what happens.
Yeah, I would just, I think he would say, because at that point it's like, is there any commotion in the pit still? Like, what's going on in the pit?
You might have seen, like, someone come through that door, like a guard come through that door and lock it. But there doesn't seem to be any more change from that door. And there's not a commotion coming from there anymore. It seems like stuff has died down a little bit.
I would be like, so Serge, what do you do here in town?
Well, and he gestures to the rest of the table. We're in the guard, as you can probably guess, by our...
Oh, I see the armband.
Yeah. Depending on how new you are to town, you've probably seen us around, of course. But we take care of the town and make sure nothing funny is going on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Like something real funny is going on in your basement.
Yeah. Yeah. Do the fights normally end that soon? I feel like that was a fairly quick fight, and then it seemed like someone was going on with that door. What's going on with that?
I mean...
Is that normal?
Depends on how many prisoners they have.
Freak out, but I think I found your Irish double.
Oh. So it depends on how many prisoners we got. We're a little light on prisoners lately. We had recently some pretty bad fights that happened here. It was pretty bloody. It was pretty awesome.
Imagine those were good to see.
Yeah, it was great to see those traitors get what they deserve. They're traitor kind, of course. What's that called when it's like... I know it's similar to traitor kind, but I can't remember what it's called when you're like for example, like a German who would hide Jews, like there was specifically like a name for that. I can't remember what it is. Like,
isn't it like a race trader or something?
Thank you.
Like that?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going for. Like these dirty race traders. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. Because you might not know, but like they would know these people did something to get put it as being
they're there for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. And so he would say like, we had some pretty good fights recently of these race traders that broke out amongst some of them individually that led to a smaller population of the prisoners. So we've had to really curb how many fights we have to kind of make it last longer. You know, we don't always get to have these fights, and so we gotta savor them while we can. And they only last for so long, of course, especially the weaker ones. They don't stand much of fights, but you know, we gotta take what we can get, right?
Rightfully so. Entertainment is entertainment.
Exactly. There's not a lot going on in town, obviously.
Right. I was just shocked that bitch won over her husband.
I know. I had money on fucking Gregory, whatever the fuck his name was. I feel like, I mean, dudes are stronger than women, obviously. Like,
correct.
I mean, and he looks around to all of the other men at the table, and he's like, I'm sure we could have easily taken on that bitch. Like, she was nothing. He was just a pussy, I'm sure. A pussy cat.
Meow meow.
Wait. You like cats?
No.
That's the right fucking answer.
I'm just surprised she got a hold of that dagger and was able to do anything.
Right? I figured...
Well, what was going on? They seemed to like not want to fight, and then suddenly they were just enraged. What happened? Is that normal?
It depends on the demeanor of the fight. Obviously, these two probably didn't want to fight, so we gotta coax them a little bit, help bring out that animalistic side of them. it happens occasionally when you have traitors like this that don't want to show their true colors, show how disgusting they really are. But, you know, when push comes to shove, they're all just disgusting animals like the rest of us.
I feel like you would take a drink and like away and be like, how do you coax them into performing the way you would like?
Well, magic, of course. I mean, fuck, I don't know. I'm not a magic-y person, but there's people who have ways about forcing them into doing what they want. I guess I'm not privy to exactly what kind of spells it is. I just know that people can do that type of stuff.
Interesting. I'm not a magic user myself either.
It's
a bunch of malarkey if you ask me.
I mean, I've definitely seen it.
Muscles over magic.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, I can strong arm any fucking wizard, right?
Exactly.
But I'm also not, and he gestures to the rest of the group. None of us are magic users necessarily. We're all pretty rough and tough, like salt of the earth type of people.
Exactly. He would slam his tinker down and he'd be like, it's all for the show.
Yeah.
It was a good show. And then
cheer.
Finish his tinker and be like, I'm going to go get another one. Do you guys want a round?
And they'll cheers like, yeah!
Perfect. I'll be right back. And then he'll get up and
head towards the bar.
Head towards the bar and try to lose himself in the crowd.
Okay. I will say, it does seem like the crowd has opened up a little bit, so it's definitely they can see the bar. It's not it's not. You would have to try and actively stealth into the crowd if you wanted to try and break their sight. So. There's other tables you can probably try and join, or there's other groups of people standing around, but it's not as dense as it previously was. It seems like it's starting to filter out a little bit from when the fights were going on.
Okay. How many people would you say is in the bar now? Because at one point there was 50 some.
Yeah, I would say it's getting closer to 40s. Maybe 35. It's starting to wane a little bit, just because you sat down and had a conversation for a bit.
He would kind of stand up and be like, "Oh yeah, I'll send her over," and walk that way. And clearly a normal person would just walk straight up to the bar, but he would just kind of meander around and try to he'd pull his cloak back up and kind of walk away.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check to try and blend in with the crowd a little bit.
Be a 17.
Yeah, you're fine. So you can definitely are you keeping an eye on that table at all, or are you just kind of just going?
More of just watching to see how they're interacting with the rest of the crowd.
Okay. So you're keeping an eye on them
a little bit, and then I would watching to see where everyone else went because you guys left.
Yeah, they both went upstairs and out. As far as you know. Yeah. Okay. So as you kind of meander away from that table and kind of glance back. They kind of seem to just close the gap where you are, and they're still just talking, and they're not really paying much attention to what's going on. It seems like you are. I don't want to say they've forgotten you, but they're
moved on.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess then he would kind of. I guess in my vision, the bar is kind of a U shape.
Sure. Yeah.
So he would go kind of into the corner of the bar and just kind of sit down where he could get the best viewpoint, back to the wall. Okay. And imagine he's going to look at the door because he's kind of just waiting around for Sapphire to kind of figure out what's going on. Because he knows that she's going to have to either come out that door or come up from the floor, and he's just kind of waiting for her. So he'll sit down with his empty beer mug. And
so do you want to be looking at that door? Or do you want to be, behind where... Because, the bar is here, the door is beneath that bar. So, in order to see that door, you'd have to be on
the other side?
Yep. So, you can definitely be...
Is the tiger... Is it a were-tiger?
Yep, the were-tiger.
Where is she? Is she still...
She's in the southwest side. She's still sitting at that table.
And that's opposite of the door? If I was to kind of circle around next to her, I could see the door?
Yep, you definitely could.
Yeah, so I will just kind of mosey that way. So he's a distance from her. He can watch her, but also watch the door.
Sounds great.
And then how many feet would he be, or how far away is the door? If he needed a quick exit.
From the exit to this place?
Yeah.
It's the complete opposite
How
side
far
of
is
this
that?
place. Probably like 40 feet, 40
Okay, that's
something
fine.
like that.
Yep. So I will go kind of there. So I'm like 5-10 feet from her, can still see the door, and then I can see the exit as well.
You can't see the
But,
exit,
like,
you can
where-
see the stairs.
But you would go, like the stairs to the exit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would do there, and then he would still keep his tankard
Mhm.
that's empty,
Mhm.
but continue to still pretend like he's drinking and like kind of finger guns, like that kind of like bro-y thing that someone would do. Like you're interacting, but you're not really interacting with anyone.
Yeah, I gotcha. Like you're blending into the crowd, but
Yeah.
you're not trying to be an active participant of the crowd.
Exactly.
I gotcha. Okay. So we'll jump back to you two. So you are downstairs, outside of the cell. I'm assuming, like, at this point, the two guards are on the opposite side of the door, and you're just hanging out in that hallway.
The guards are there.
Yep.
They don't have keys that I can see.
Correct. You did not find any keys on it.
But they might have them on them, like in a pocket. I might just not see them.
Potentially.
Because I can't look inside of their bodies, inside of their pockets.
Correct.
I can't touch them.
Correct. Unless you change back to
that would be a bad idea. So I'll go back in where Rowan is.
Okay.
And what's going on? What are the other people, the other prisoners in here doing?
Clifton is, like, licking his wounds, like, starting to try and bed down for the night, it seems like. Evelyn is cradling Gregory's body and just rocking back and forth and bawling. And, like, trying to clean herself up a little bit, but also just, like, because she's covered in his blood, of course. But she has no way of really cleaning herself. But she's just, like, inconsolable. And then you have Rowan, who is, like, passed out. And from what you can tell,
I'm in a really weird position, like.
yeah, like they just threw him in there. Like they did not take care or anything. Like his hand is in the shithole that is literally like where they shit.
Rowan, how far you've fallen, my friend. I'm gonna put myself in a lot of danger if I help you right now. She's sitting here looking at you and she's like, do I help him now? Do I come back with reinforcements? I'm likely to die if I help him now. I'm likely to die if I go and get reinforcements.
You've had all this time to decide.
I know, I still don't know what the best thing to do is. I don't have lockpicks. I got a crowbar.
I mean,
that worked so well for you.
You did see the cell that was destroyed in some fashion, like damaged.
Maybe
doors hanging on by a hinge.
Maybe with the both of us working with a crowbar, we could get the door unhinged. But
Gotta get me conscious first.
But that doesn't help us getting the other door unlocked.
That you don't know is locked.
That we don't. I know it's locked.
Yeah.
Or the far door that's probably also locked. So I don't know. Is Sapphire as careless as her mother?
That's a great question. She did take care of her two siblings for a while.
Yes. God. And she's seeing Rowan there and he's unconscious with his hand in the shithole and she feels so bad for him.
It's Trevor.
Trevor is definitely...
Trevor can never touch me.
Oh. You see his hand is like rolling around in the shithole, like his magic hand.
Okay. Well,
just getting covered in shit.
Oh, this is a bad idea. Oh, it's such a bad idea. I'm gonna walk into his cell.
Okay.
Why would you do this?
And I'm gonna like lean over him and I'm gonna touch him, but I can't touch him, but I'm gonna try to touch him.
Okay. So you try and caress his face or something, and it just goes right through it.
So if I were to leave something off of me in the ethereal plane, but then I turned back from being ethereal, would that object also turn back from being ethereal?
It would stay in the ethereal plane.
Or it would stay in the ethereal plane. Okay.
As far as I understand the spell,
I would agree with you because it's not part of her wash or returns.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Not like open bars, like. Well, okay, so they're prison cells. So,
I mean, yeah, it's
How big is this thing you're trying to give him?
What? No,
She's just trying to leave something in the cell.
if I turn unethereal, I can't get back out.
correct for 24 hours.
No, it's a short rest.
Oh.
But still... But I could get some information from Rowan so long as the guards don't come.
I mean, you did see 2 guards on the opposite side of that door.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they come in here very often. And oh, what to do? Oh, I think I'm gonna be smart. Okay, I will, from where I am, start going up to see what's directly above this area.
So how do you, like, can you just, like,
Yeah.
climb?
I think I literally just, like...
Yeah, if you're ethereal, you just move up.
Yeah.
You can move in any direction you want when you're ethereal.
Yep. So I'm just gonna explore. So I'm gonna go up, and I'm
That's
gonna
not weird at
see
all.
what I can see, what's directly above this area.
Yeah, just as you move up or down every foot, concentration movement. Yeah, it doesn't say, like, any limitations.
No,
So
there
you can
really are none.
fly, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So you float up to where you were before, right?
Yeah.
So you would be, if you just go straight up, you'd be in the ground. Like, you wouldn't even be
I wouldn't even be in the causing. Okay.
because it's underneath.
Gotcha.
Like, the
Okay,
bar
okay.
is here. You'd be
So
back
yeah,
here.
I'm just gonna do the smart thing. I'm gonna backtrack out the way I came and back up to where Finnick and I were. But instead of appearing by the bar, I'm gonna go up the stairs where there aren't any people. And then because there aren't any people on the stairs, right? It's pretty obscure.
I mean, there aren't any people on the stairs currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if you want to be on the stairs, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are people who can see the stairs.
Right.
Pretty easy.
I'm trying to find like a little like secluded corner where I can kind of come back into reality, basically.
I mean, you would see Finnick, so I mean, you could try and appear next to him.
Is he sitting at a table?
No, he's sitting.
I'm just kind of standing in the corner.
Yeah, he's hanging out in the back corner.
Are there this? You said that this place is starting to seem more empty, right? Are there like empty tables now?
I mean, not completely empty. Probably like a couple empty spaces.
Like I could sit underneath a table where there aren't any people sitting on that side of the table and appear under the table and then crawl out like I'm taking a nap under there.
I mean, the tables are pretty open. I will say, like, there's no tablecloths. It's just a wooden table with like legs.
Okay.
So, like, it's,
Gotcha.
Like there's nothing to obvuscate you if you were to
Right.
try to do that.
Okay, so Finnick's just standing and leaning up against a wall. Okay, so I will. I guess we'll just. You know. I think I'm gonna do. There was a bouncer where we came in, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It goes bouncer, door, landing, downstairs, landing.
Okay. So there's not really any like super obscure place where I can like tuck myself into to reappear.
I mean,
Any like cranny, nook or cranny.
I mean, you might be able to like under the stairs, maybe. Like, but it would be very odd for someone to be under there.
Right.
Like,
Maybe I'll just go sit like because you said the bar is kind of like this, right? Like a U shape.
the bar is just a wall. Like,
Oh,
it's
it's a
built into the wall.
wall.
The room is kind of like a U shape because it has the throne at the end. Like, I mean,
Oh, gotcha.
it's an oval,
Yeah.
but it's got
Gotcha.
like.
I'll just do what I did last time, and I'll sit down on the floor, kind of over by the bar where there aren't too many, people, and I'll just kind of appear.
Okay.
I'll try to do it kind of discreetly.
Okay.
Be stealthy once I do appear, kind of like stand up like I'm drunk or something.
Okay. So you get back. Are you going to like the same area where you previously were?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sit down where you previously were, and reappear. Give me.
Maybe like stealth.
Yeah, give me a stealth.
Okay.
To see how stealthy you are. Like if you bump into somebody on accident, or if you if anyone happens to notice you or anything.
I got a really high stealth. Let's see if I can roll high. Nope. That's still a 12.
It's not bad. I will say you appear and you accidentally bump into someone who is standing pretty close by, and they just look down at you like,
"Oh, look, I'm down here."
Like, what the fuck?
I blink at them a couple of times and go, "I'm sorry."
They just look down at you like, "You're fucking weird," and then they turn back to the person they were.
Perfect. I stand up and go towards where I know Finnick is.
Okay, so you're gonna head over to where Finnick is.
Yeah.
And are you just gonna hang out?
No, I'm gonna go up and kind of like stand next to him, kind of like right up against the wall, and I'll go, "Hey."
Did you appear?
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, I'm already appeared. I walked up next to you and kind of leaned up next to you.
I imagine he'd be kind of startled because he didn't.
Well,
he was like,
she would come from the opposite side of the room.
Oh, so I saw you walking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I would kind of. We're in the corner.
Yeah.
He'd put his hand kind of like behind her and lean in and be like, "What did you see?"
Let's talk about it out of here. Let's head back to the hotel. Inn.
Oh.
Inn.
Oh.
It's not really a hotel. Let's head back to the inn.
That was last week.
Last week. We do lots of staying at inns and hotels in our games.
Yeah.
Let's head to the inn. We only got one room, right? We get one room. We get 2 rooms.
Did you actually get?
We
rooms?
did.
Yeah,
get
we got a room.
Yeah, we got rooms.
I think
we got there way before they did, so we got rooms.
I couldn't remember if you actually paid for the rooms.
Yeah, I did.
sure
I paid for them.
I'm sure.
Sure.
Sapphire did.
Yeah, I think we probably got.
I feel like we got 2.
No, I'm pretty sure you just got.
I think we just got one. Because then we were like, they can get their own room.
Okay.
One room, 2 beds.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's head to the inn and see if we can find our friends.
Well, I watched them leave. Let's see if we can find them outside.
Okay.
So you two are gonna head out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Sorry, Rowan.
I mean,
It would have been.
I wouldn't
really,
know. I'm unconscious.
Really bad choice for me to try and get him out. Really bad choice.
so it's getting later in the night.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys start heading up the stairs and out. And I think that's where we're gonna take our first break. I really have to pee.
Oh.
So we will come back to what's going on in a second.
Yep.
And we're back. So we are going to jump right back in to the 4 of you guys leaving at different times, of course. So you ran off into the alleys and started to make a zigzag, trying to make it so people can't follow you, essentially. Mm-hmm. Duke, you walk out, don't see Chatz anywhere. You see the bouncer that you saw coming in, but you don't see any nearby people other than
It's like there's nobody
dead.
Okay.
It's like
it's pretty late.
It's pretty late. It's probably like 11:30, close to midnight. Like
okay. Well, shit. I don't actually know what I'm doing. I think I will. He was moving pretty quick.
Chatz, yeah.
I'm gonna ask the bouncer. There was a person in robes not long before I came out. Which direction did they go?
So he's not paying you any mind, and he looks over at you and says, I don't know, got anything to help grease the wheels? As he has his hand up.
I'm staring at him.
Yeah, I know. He just has his hand out for you.
What do you want?
What do you got? What are you
Mine.
selling? What are you buying?
Well, all right. I pull out a gold coin, gesture to him,
Okay.
and is he reaching for it at all?
I mean, yeah, he's he moves his hand closer to it, like.
Okay, so yeah, I kind of do that thing where I kind of like flip it back in my hand.
Okay.
Not until you tell me.
I don't know. I'm not gonna get anything from you if I tell you.
Have I given any reason for you to not trust me?
Give me a persuasion check.
Are any of you gonna roll well tonight? Yes. Fucking nope. Natural 1.
He looks you up and down and sees you have some very nice things on you. But he said,
fucking top hat.
yeah,
I mean, it's a tattered ass top hat.
yeah. And he says, gold first, then I'll tell you.
Fun.
You look into it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he snatches it out of the air and looks at it quick. He's like, "Cat went that way. She went that way." He went that way. And he
Does he
points,
seem genuine?
give me an insight check. It's kind of hard to tell. From what you can ascertain, it doesn't seem like he is trying to lie to you in any way. He also doesn't seem super, descriptive or anything. He just kind of gestures to a nearby alleyway, and, goes back to, looking at the gold coin. You can probably guess he doesn't get a lot of gold.
Let's spend it all in one place. And I'll just go in the direction of the alley.
Okay. With your passive perception, you probably would see some footsteps that are going towards that alley, kind of in
I
a.
was going to ask that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Chatz was just running, and yes, he was being stealthy, but it's kind of hard to cover up footprints without actively, using magic to do so.
Right. Especially in stilettos.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. So.
Never forget red stilettos.
Yes.
Pockmarks.
So you can definitely see some tracks that Chatz had left.
Mm-hmm.
So you could probably guess that, yeah, it probably is accurate that he went that way. Okay, so you are making your way towards the alleyway.
I'm not moving quickly by any means.
You're pretty sauntering.
Yeah, I
slowly.
don't want to be the other person running through town at middle of the night.
Sounds good. Where are you heading after you're doing your zigzags? And
I think at some point I'll find a pile of garbage or something and duck behind it and just kind of take a breather.
Okay.
And then once I've had my composure kind of collected, I'll pull my hood far down and just kind of resume my feeble old lady guise and. I think I want to double back to the inn that we were going to stay at.
Okay, the inn is directly above that.
Oh, okay. But isn't the entrance on the opposite side?
Yes.
Okay, so I will go back to the inn, just kind of taking a long way around, and
You're not going the same route, right?
yeah.
So as you duck behind some garbage bins, you hear a little, some rustling nearby, and it's pretty hard to see. You do have dark vision, but it's pitch black in this alleyway, so it's hard to make some stuff out. But you do see some movement, looks like a small animal or something
Mhm.
nearby. And as you take notice of this animal, it also takes notice of you, and you can start to see some of the features as it starts to walk towards you on 4 legs. It looks like a small alley cat of some sort.
Mm.
Like it's pretty probably 20 feet or so away from you, and it's slowly sauntering towards you, and it's not necessarily coming at you, but it's
Towards me.
it's walking in the same direction that you're
Right.
in. Are you interacting with it at all?
Is there any... Okay, I know it's dark, but is there any, distinctive markings I can see on it?
It looks like a black cat, from what you can tell. It doesn't have a collar or anything on it, if that's what you're asking.
I just kind of give it side-eye and say, hello, cousin. And I continue about my way.
So as you say something to it, it perks up its ears and takes note of you, and does the that cats do when they're surprised.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see its tail flicking back and forth as it slowly starts to walk up to you and looks up at you expectantly.
In Tabaxi, I'm going to say, you seem like a strange one.
It doesn't respond in any way. It just looks up at you and just
Take it. Take
Free
it.
stuff.
I'm gonna reach down and kind of towards its chin to get its scrooches.
Okay, so you reach down.
Baited him with.
He's a cat person. Of course, he's gonna be tempted by a cat. So you reach down and immediately it goes to smell your hand, and it reaches its chin up, ready for you.
Expectantly.
Expectingly for you to give it scrooches. So it smells you, accepts it, and lifts its head so you can get up in there. And as you're giving it scooches, it moves its head around so you can get around to its ear and the top of its head. It seems very affectionate towards you, and even goes as far as to tries to maneuver its body so it can rub up against you.
Right. Being very cat-like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cat. What do you want from me?
Take it.
I don't know it's a cat. It could be anything.
Take it. Free stuff to cat. This party is severely lacking in pets now that Celeste is gone.
That much is true. I don't know what to do with this information. I think I will begin I will stop petting the cat and then resume my disguise and walking back towards the inn.
So as soon as you stop petting it, it looks up at you expectantly, and then as soon as you start to walk away from it, it starts to follow you, and it starts to meow, pretty loudly right behind you.
I keep bumping it.
And it's trying to get your attention.
I'll turn around and kind of dip down, and I'll kind of goad it in, see if I can pick it up.
Okay. So you get down to its level and try and go to get closer to you, and as you do, it nuzzles up against your arm, and seems again very affectionate. And as you try and pick it up, it doesn't fight at all. And you pick it up.
Okay.
Are you carrying it with you?
Yeah, just if anything to shut it up.
Okay. So you pick up this cat.
Because I don't need any more attention on me.
And as you're looking at this cat, it looks like a black cat. Like it's very like solid black all throughout. It looks a little mangy, like it's probably a little dirty. But it looks probably like it's a couple years old. It's not like a baby by any means, but it's probably not a full grown like mama cat or anything.
Young adult cat.
Correct. So you're taking it with you back to the inn? Is that the idea? Okay. So you are heading back to the inn, roundabout way. You're following kind of his footsteps. So now we're going back to you two. So you both leave as several other patrons are also leaving. And you can see they disperse both toward the east and west of the entrance.
I think we should go back to the inn, so I'll start leading Finnick kind of towards the front of the building.
Yeah.
Now, while we're walking, I'll kind of say, we haven't had a chance really to converse with the guys about the Duke and his mistress, I should say, about our room, and I know we should try to avoid communicating with them in public. Just it's easier to travel in groups. We're less threatening as a bunch of strange people, you know. So, should we wait in the bar for them to see if they're not? Well, maybe they're not before us. You said, right? Maybe they're waiting for the bar.
I feel like
we
watched them like.
So we'll see if they're in the bar in the inn, and if they're not, then I guess they don't want to talk to us.
Yes.
Or we can wait for them for a while. I have some information.
Yeah, what did you see down there?
I only want to say it once. Maybe we'll wait until we get our friends. It wasn't anything. I think we can get him out.
It's okay.
He was taking a nap when I found him. But he was still breathing. I believe he was fine, yes.
Rowan's been in worst cases. He'll be fine.
I really hope he doesn't have an itch on his nose when he wakes up.
Like whipped cream, only 100 times worse.
Right?
Oh, okay. Well,
let's be quick then.
yes. So we'll go into the bar. Is there any patrons sitting downstairs now in the inn bar area?
So you make your way to the front now, and I'm assuming you're coming right in the front door. So you walk in, and just to give you an idea, the tavern is a wooden tower with a heather thatched roof and finely crafted furniture. As you walk in, you see several battered shields that hang on the wall. You can see a large Persian rug on the floor, and it seems like a rustic type of environment. There are several tables, and again a bar on the opposite end with the bartender that I don't know if you specifically asked his name, but his name's Bryce. And you can see him tending to the bar.
Still? It's pretty late.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
There aren't a lot of patrons at the
Right.
moment, but you do see there is a stairwell that goes up, and it goes to a single door. Like there's a balcony, and there's a single door that leads probably where you can guess is where the rooms are.
Okay. Oh, we have a room already.
Yes.
I wonder if they're here.
So looking at the patrons, you see several just commoners. You don't see any werefolk. This is a lot more like the locals, just drinking and chatting. It's not very lively by any means. There's no like music playing or anything. It's just like light chatter and people drinking their sorrows away, really. But you don't see your allies anywhere nearby.
We wait a few minutes to see they come in.
It's probably best we wait down here. hopefully they head this way. And
I'll slide a couple of silver pieces over across. Well, I'll sit down at a table.
Okay.
An empty table, kind of looking towards the doorway.
Okay.
And I'll slide some silver coins over to Finnick, and I'll say, "Why don't you go get us some ale? Might as well enjoy ourselves while we're waiting, right?"
That's all we can do, I guess. He'll take the silver pieces and go up to Bryce, you said?
Yes.
And he would ask him how the night was going.
So you can see he is currently serving someone who's sitting up at the bar. And he turns over to you. Just give you a description of Bryce. He looks like he's in his early 50s. He's human. He has cropped, curled black hair that's shaved on both sides, and he has black eyes. He has soft white skin. He's about 5'8", and he seems pretty broad build. He has a round, pretty handsome face, and he has a gigantic braided black beard. And you can see he has 2 piercings on his left eyebrow. And actually, what's your passive perception?
It's like 12, I think.
Okay. So you see him serving the patron right next to you, and he turns to you and says, "Oh, what can I get you? I didn't catch your name. Bryce is mine."
Nice to meet you, Bryce. It's Chuck.
So,
Nice to meet you, Chuck. What can I get you?
I'll just take 2 tankers of your cheapest ale.
Very well. That will be 4 silver pieces, please.
How many do I have?
I gave you 2.
I will take 1 of your cheapest ale and an empty mug.
He gives you a weird look, but doesn't see much of it, and just hands you 1 empty, and then he goes and fills up and gives you, and he says, 2 silver pieces, please.
And I just like slide the silver pieces over. Okay. And then he'd probably comment on his piercings. You said they were ear piercings? Eyebrow piercing?
Eyebrow piercings, yep.
You don't see those often. Did that hurt?
My friend did it for me. I didn't, I don't know. I didn't really think about it. I was drunk at the time.
Been there.
I didn't really feel it until the morning after, but I liked it. It looked good on me.
Yeah, it does. And then just awkward silence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Time to go.
Yeah.
So, what brings you to town?
Oh, me and my lady friend over there, and I would just gesture at Sapphire.
Mm-hmm.
Traveling through, just seeing the local area on our little vacation we're taking.
Such a fun
It's a horrible vacation.
Yeah. Just give me a deception check.
Just best vacation.
I'd say with a great
This is
one.
what happens when you let Finnick plan the vacation.
Right.
Yeah, right?
The panoramic views of Snoring Mountain.
That's a +0.
Ooh. Okay, so he looks at you and looks over at Sapphire, and he's like, "That sounds really nice." Like you can obviously tell from the demeanor in his voice, he doesn't believe you at all.
Yeah.
But
He
he
doesn't
also
care.
doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Like he was just being nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's not suspicious of anything.
Yeah.
Like it's just like that seems really nice for you and your friend.
Friends.
Did you need anything else other than your empty
Tankard.
tankard and your 1 beer?
Yeah. I think we're good. Well, I'll be back.
Okay.
He just like really walks back to the table. And he usually does that. He just like pours half the tankard into the other, and he's just hoping that she doesn't notice that they're half gone.
Okay. So you bring back the 2 to the table, and we'll say, at this point, because you guys left before they did, you are now getting to the tavern at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just trying to follow his footprints, or are you, how are you trying to track it down? Because he went for a while before he stopped and did that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can follow the footprints probably pretty easily.
It'll take you right back to the tavern. So,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
just in a roundabout way. You're out for a midnight
I
stroll.
don't know that that's where he ended up.
That's true. You could just keep following it if you would like. I will take investigation if you want to continue to try and follow his footprints. it would be several investigations across. Because I mean, he cut through several different alleyways, to try and like break. I don't want to say brick sight, but like make it hard to track.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, if you can just be like, I don't feel like dealing with the shit, and then you can like head back to the tavern or something.
The original plan was for us all to meet at the tavern anyway.
That's true. You would know that.
Yeah.
But you don't know where he went. I mean, you don't know if he actually decided to stick to the plan. What do you think Duke would do?
I will follow for a while and realizing, I mean, it would seem pretty obvious he's darting randomly to try and... I'm just going to assume he's trying to be lost, and I'm just going to hope that he does come back to the inn, and I guess when I get there, if he doesn't show up after a while, I will have to just go back out and try and find him.
Okay. So I will say, by the time you find the cat, make your way back to the inn, you try and follow the tracks, you lose interest and or rationalize that he's probably going back there anyway. You guys go opposite directions, and you manage to come to the same door at the same time, essentially, and see...
Before I got to the door, though, I want to kind of duck into a dark area and change my glamored armor to that of more of like a woodsman type of look, almost like a flannel shirt, like heavy pants or trousers,
like the
with
guy
suspenders.
on the bounty paper towel.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
you're still a mummy.
Okay. Yes. I will still have the wolf cloak over top my head. Mm-hmm. Still have the bandaged face.
Okay.
I'll take I have like a disguise kit, and I'm also thinking I could probably take some dirt and kind of like dirty it up. You know, so it looks like I've been out in the wilderness for a long time.
Dirty mummy.
Yes, I am a dirty mummy.
With a cat.
Yes, and I imagine there's like some like mink and raccoon pelts hanging off of my belt or something like that, just for the look.
I mean, aesthetically, sure. Realistically, your armor would not be able to do that type of thing, but it's flair. That's
all I'm doing is adding detail to it. But.
I'm fine with that. Just telling you, like, your armor doesn't really have that capability, but it's...
as part of your cloak, if you have, like, all the tiny little, like, animal pelts instead of, say, one larger one underneath the wolf.
Well, he actually has a wolf pelt, I believe.
Oh, yeah, no, I know, but I mean, the armor itself, you could probably have, like, a small cape underneath with, like, tiny little animal pelts, if that's what you're going for.
Because I believe the glamour
armor just takes the appearance of other clothing.
Yeah, it's a normal set of clothing or some other kind of armor. So, I mean...
Celeste made it look like a Cyndi Lauper dress. That's normal clothing.
Sure.
You decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories.
That's fair. So, yeah, it's just flair.
Yeah, so...
It's something...
but I'm really playing into, like, just came out of the woods hunting stuff.
But also burn victim.
Yes. And I'll say that, like... Well, normally I would have a rapier on my side. I'll make that look into like a tree axe.
Oh, okay.
And I'll make sure that it has like scuff marks on the blade that are kind of like brown and green, like it's been cutting through foliage and trees. So.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. And then I'll walk a little more upright now, but still kind of with my head down. And I now have a cat cradled in my arm.
What's he gonna do with that cat?
So you make it back to the front door, and I'll say it takes you a little time to do this. So you make it back before him, and you're just kind of, I'm assuming you're waiting outside for him, or are you gonna go in?
I'm going in.
Okay.
I don't. Oh shit! Only they have rooms.
Yeah, you know about rooms.
I'll wait outside and just.
So because you don't have dark vision, it makes it hard to see him. But you see a figure approaching that looks like they
don't have any like torches along the streets at all.
No, it's mostly just moonlight.
I think like any light you get is probably coming from the windows of the tavern or the inn or whatever.
Yeah.
Also, in my mind, because this is true, your woodsman is wearing bright red, sparkling stilettos.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Holding a cat.
He looks real gay.
Am I still really the only one who can't see in dark?
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
I mean, Dragonborns just don't get that ability,
They
unfortunately.
used to in Forest,
Fucking
unfortunately.
wizards.
You know
God
what?
Damn it.
You can shoot lightning out of your goddamn mouth.
It's true. And
That was the trade-off.
we had to buff that because otherwise it was not worth it.
Can't you catch light on yourself? What? Do you have the
I don't think
ability
he
to
has
cast light?
No, I don't have light.
Everybody who could give you light has.
Oh yeah,
left
they're
you.
dead or gone.
Yeah. We don't really have a lot of magic users.
No,
Not anymore.
my magic's abilities are all more practical and like combat related than they are.
Technically, I'm magic.
Yeah.
It's more.
Well, they have
Mine are very utilitarian. I basically save any spells I have to revive people.
Anyway, so you see a figure approaching that looks significantly different from how you remember seeing Chatz.
I mean, even the outline, no one looks like this.
No, because he's standing much more upright and much more broad than he was prior when he was that little old lady. So
But then you see the shoes.
sure, yeah, you hear the stiletto click 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 click.
Sounds like Chatz and look like Chatz.
Watch out. Steady it real quick.
Oh wow. Okay.
Clever girl.
So yeah, you hear the click 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 of his stilettos as this big, broad, manly, you can probably guess, person appears from around the corner. And as they get closer, you see they are carrying a black cat. Because you can see the light coming from their pattern. And see the bandages and the
What?
Paul Bunyan type of outfit.
What is this?
Well, I don't have different kinds of shoes, so. This is the best I can come up with. I'm trying to change the disguise. Keep them guessing. And don't ask about the cat. I don't know. He won't stop meowing at me.
And it looks at you like...
Kind of adorable. But I felt no other recourse because it kept on following me and meowing. So I felt like this would keep it quieter.
As if your shoes don't give that away.
They're quite fashionable. At least from what I understand of human fashion.
Is there anything to understand?
I know. They're just so out there.
And these are like...
They're like boots. They're kinky boots.
Yeah, they're not knee high, but they are at least halfway up your calf.
Mm-hmm.
I've never understood shoes. Anyway,
I know, it just scrunches your claws together, right?
it's literally not possible.
Oh yes, yeah. You have very sturdy scales.
Yes.
Well, it hurts my toe beans.
What What are those pants from the 90s?
Jenkos?
Yeah.
Jenkos.
Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to glamour your outfit to look like Jenkos because you'd never be able to see the boots. The pants would reach the ground.
Hakama. If
Well,
we
yeah,
ever
I
got
guess-
to see anything Asian.
See, that is the question: is how much will it cover? Your armor retains its normal bulk and weight, so.
I mean, it can look like other clothes, though, and Hakama is regular clothes.
But that's
So I don't know where
I
it's.
feel like that's more bulk because it's more poofed out.
But it's more of an illusion spell, isn't it?
It's
Like,
illusion.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like it doesn't change shape; it just
It just
changes the
looks
looks.
different.
Like if you try to poke it, it would not.
You'd be like,
physically
yeah.
That's
there.
weird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can bet for your clothes.
Right. So
Easy way to get
I
in
try to
trouble.
classify it,
Mhm.
of course.
So
Oh.
Hey, we only got one room.
yeah.
Too bad, so.
You see
Well,
this?
I would tie the cloak around my waist to cover my boots, but I need that for my hood. Actually, I think I'm wearing Legionis's wolf cloak.
You are.
Yeah.
You are, yep.
So I think I have another wolf cloak from that I was wearing before. I could probably tie that around my waist to act as to drape around my legs.
It's
to
not
cover
going to
that.
cover much of the boots. Not.
No.
It'll only cover the back of the boots.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's cool. It's fine. It's a fashion statement.
Anyway,
Well,
I have this wolf's tail. I could put around the top of it. Then they would be fur-lined boots.
We
Boots
should-
with the fur, if you will.
Oh.
oh my god.
Are they apple bottom jeans?
I could wear apple bottom jeans, and a little embroidery of an apple appears on my buttocks.
Anyway, what are you guys doing as you're at the entrance of this tavern?
I don't know anymore. We should get a room.
Yes,
I
we
don't
should
know.
get a room.
We need to not be on the streets. So yeah, I'm just.
I mean, I'm comfortable if we get a room or if we're on the streets. Either way, but I suppose for the sake of secrecy,
What is wrong with you?
I'm just saying. I'm versed. I'm flexible.
Anyway,
Is this pint only half full?
Stingy bastard.
is this only a half pint?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Those stingy bastards! I paid
Have you
for a
seen
full pint.
the other two?
I should have pretended to sleep
Well,
as I walked over. Like,
They were
whoa.
still down there. Your friends did not take kind to my presence.
Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to create a distraction, and it seemed to backfire.
If that were the best word, yes.
I'm sorry. No one else.
I did what I
seemed to be
could
doing
to
anything.
try and bring it back. I do believe that I likely aided my previous ventures with their boss. It's really, what do you, okay, that's distracting.
I'm sorry. It's purring. What am I supposed to do?
Do you purr? I don't know, do tabaxi purr?
Has Chatz ever purred?
I don't know.
When you got ear
Well,
scrooches.
I don't know if that's a
When he got ear scrooches, I think he did.
Yeah, especially from Celeste.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Anyway.
Mhm.
I don't know what they've done since then, because the group of your recent friends pushed me.
Well, let's
I
hope we
didn't
were enough
want-
distraction for them to do something.
Well, I did ask Finnick to get a little more information.
Well, we're not learning anything out here.
I don't think it's a good idea to go back down there.
Well, let's go inside the inn.
As I've been, trying to,
Gesture
go inside,
to go
man.
inside.
Well, you aren't moving. My hand
You're
is
standing
full.
there with the fucking cat.
What am I?
Okay.
I ship it.
I'll,
Same.
apparently you are incapable. I will let you in.
Okay, so you open the door
yeah.
for him?
Is there anyone else? Is it just, the person tending the front desk for the inn section?
Are you saying, on the outside, or as you open the door?
Inside.
On the inside, there's several tables. There's several patrons. Not a lot, not compared to downstairs. And there's only the one bartender. There's no maid or waitress or no.
Okay.
It's just go up to the bar and get stuff.
We notice them when they come in.
Yeah, you definitely would see people because you were watching the door, so you definitely would see Duke and some mysterious figure that looks all bandaged up that you recognize as probably Chatz.
He's got the kinky boots.
And a cat.
And a cat. I kind of look at them, kind of nonchalantly, and take a drink and then look at it disappointedly because it's only half a drink. Looks like they're here.
Yeah,
Good news. They've not left.
that's good. I will saddle up to the table.
Our table?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
What did you learn down there?
Meet us upstairs.
Very well.
I look at my key. We're room 2.
Fantastic. Oh, gosh.
How does a cat react around these people?
Roll me an animal handling check.
Oh no.
Oh, dear. I'm gonna go to... Is it the bar?
Oh my god, I got a natural 20!
That makes sense.
Here, kitty kitty.
Because I'd like to go get it.
Okay, so you walk up to bartender, his name's Bryce. We'll say as you get up to go talk to the bartender, you gesture for the cat to go towards her, and it immediately jumps on the table, just saunters over to you, and immediately tries to get into your arms.
Aren't you just the sweetest girl, boy? Whatever you are.
You look at its
Animal.
genitals,
Yeah.
and it's kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell in a cat.
Yeah, you would have to really get in there and figure it out. But
It's a long hair cat.
yes, but it definitely nuzzles into your neck as you are holding it.
Who's so good? Where did you find them?
It found me. Sorry, I'm trying to disguise my voice.
So you walk up to Bryce, and he says, "What can I get for you?"
I'm going to need a room.
Okay.
Preferably one with more than one bed.
Okay. Just one room?
Yes.
That'll be 10 copper for the night.
So a silver piece.
I just think it's interesting that a room is cheaper than a beer.
I mean,
That's weird. To me,
Import exports, man.
I mean,
It's a
maybe
shit economy,
maybe-
man.
right. That's just
maybe rooms are a lot easier to come by than beer.
I'm guessing a lot of people come here to drink, but not a lot of people come here to sleep.
to stay. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have the price lower so they can get
That's
people
just
to
I don't
sleep
know.
here.
Just, to me, that's interesting.
I mean, I rarely generate these numbers. They don't necessarily have to make sense.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's enchanted. This town is surrounded by an enchanted
Also, we
forest.
clearly don't look like we're from here, so he might just be super gouging us on drink prices.
Possibly me, not
Yeah,
you.
you.
You're the one that paid.
Yeah.
I downgraded.
I take your cat with me and I go upstairs.
Okay.
Whatever.
So, Bryce
I give
says,
him a silver.
it's just one night then for one room?
for now. I'll talk to you later if I need more.
Very well. And he reaches underneath the bar and grabs a key that says 1 on it.
Are you coming, Finnick?
I guess it's time.
Okay. So you guys both head upstairs and leave Chatz down at the table. And then you come back, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Yeah, I told him
Okay.
to. This is my cat now. I have to reset it.
I don't know why this one. It like stopped working on mine. Weird.
You're going to be on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I need to pull it up on my phone.
So you return to the table with the key. Are you guys heading upstairs then? Or are you still hanging out? You did see these two head upstairs already.
I've got the room. Let's go.
Alright, 1 second. Gotta be hospitable. I'll go up to the bartender, pulling the hood a little deeper.
Okay.
For Shadow, and I'll just, I don't know. I'll toss down 2 silver and say, "Can I get some drinks?"
And he looks down at the 2 silver that you gave him and he says, "I'll get you 1 drink."
Alright. Give me 1 drink then.
Okay. And he takes out a tankard and fills it up and places it on the counter for you. And he grabs the 2 silver and says, "Can I get you anything else?"
Nope. Have a good night.
You too.
I'll take that with me up the stairs.
Okay. So you see Chatz make the exchange and start heading upstairs. Are you following him?
I mean, I was already on my way.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were waiting.
Yeah.
So you head up before him, and he follows right behind you. You get up to the upstairs. It's just a door that leads to a hallway that has another door on the right. And as you open that door, it's a longer hallway with several doors on each side. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And so your first left has a 1 on it. So that's where you probably consider your room.
Fantastic.
Um,
They already went upstairs?
Yes, and you guys are already in your room too.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cramped room for 2 beds. Like they are right next to each other. There's very little room in between, but like there is 2 beds. And similarly with you, like it is like you walk in, there is very little room between the foot of the bed and the door, and there's very little room between the 2 beds. You can tell, like there's not huge rooms. It's quantity over quality.
Yeah, whatever. It's just a place to sleep.
Right.
Yeah, I told you guys what room we were in, so that's where I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to come up the stairs.
So he's right behind you. Are you going into your room or their room?
I'm gonna go into their room.
Okay, so you guys hear someone coming up the stairs as it's pretty close to your guys' room. And you hear, are you knocking or are you just walking in?
I mean, the way they were talking, I'm just assuming they're cool and they expect me, so I walk right on in.
Okay, so
No.
so you guys.
Why would you get naked after saying to come to your room?
Why wouldn't I?
Isn't Finnick in your room?
Yes.
No, I'm sitting on the bed
Fuck,
playing with the cat with a ribbon, and I'm like,
It is like batting at it, like trying to get at your hand so it can try and like scratch you and take it from you. Like it's not worried about the bottom. It's like
it wants the ribbon. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
You don't need the ribbon. You'll probably eat it. That's not good.
it's definitely biting at the bottom of it,
Yeah.
like clawing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put it in my pocket. Start petting the kitty again.
It just nuzzles.
Where did you find such a sweet stray?
And I was running and avoiding detection when it came up to me meowing.
It was probably hungry, and I give it some food. some rations or something.
Okay. So you take some out of your pack, and it immediately is drawn to it.
Right.
And
like crunch them up.
And it just starts like clawing
Pour
at
some
it.
water into a little bowl or something.
And it devours and drinks all of it.
Yes, it was not my intention to bring it along, but it wouldn't stop following or meowing at me.
Well, it probably sensed a kinship with you.
Well, I sensed that it could draw attention to me, so that's
not
why I took it.
inaccurate. Yes, of course. So, how did everybody like the fight?
It was boring.
Both of them?
Yes.
I thought that Rowan was absolutely outstanding. It was a good fight. It was almost believable.
Almost.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It is so good. It made me feel really sympathetic for his friend, Gregory or whatever. I couldn't hear him say the guy's name. He was very quiet.
Yeah, it was fantastic up until the point that the bear nearly killed Rowan.
He's fine. He's still alive.
What condition is he in?
He's still alive.
Not good. Okay.
Oh, wait, how do you know that I've seen him?
You've made an... It seemed like it was implied. You're saying he's fine.
I mean, I have faith that he hasn't died. Currently. Tomorrow may be another thing.
You didn't feel that way when I informed you the first time this started.
Well, the important thing that we should focus on is what happened after we left.
Oh, I phased through the floor and went for a walk underneath the arena, and I met Rowan and his friends. Well, I didn't meet them, I stared at them, because I could talk to them because I was a ghost. But...
That's something we're going to need more information on, but now's not the time.
That's very bizarre, but also extremely normal for the crowd we
yes,
run.
well, look, what you need to know is that Rowan's being kept here, under our feet.
Okay, so they don't leave this place.
The cell's straight back from the entrance in the pit. There's no other entrance in there, other way than through the front of the pit.
Ooh, I just read something.
Well, shit!
It says the etherealness spell only lasts until the end of your current turn.
Oh.
So it was only supposed to last 6 seconds.
Well, it doesn't say that on the actual spell.
I'm looking at your ethereal stat.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I was looking at like my spell list, and on the spell list it just has a full spell, so that's probably where it was confusing. Okay. Well.
And now we know for the future.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just reading about it because I was like, it seems very powerful as just like an innate ability.
Right.
Because it has a very high level spell.
Yeah,
So-
okay, so now we know. So it lasts for 6 seconds.
Yeah.
I can be go for 6 seconds. That's what we need to know here.
I mean, you would have at least seen something going on down there.
Right.
And I mean, you just could tell that Rowan
It's okay.
Right.
This is D&D, and sometimes you let shit fly.
It's okay. I feel like I would have gathered the same amount of
reason.
information in 6
Really
seconds.
cool.
So anyway, he's alive. He's not in a good condition, but he's alive, and he is under our feet. I couldn't get him out myself, though. There's a lot of people. There's 3 guards, but upstairs is what I was worried about. The only exit is through the pit. There's only entrances through the pit.
So there's... Are you able to bring someone else?
No.
Okay.
My spell will only work for me. I need somebody, and I look at Chatz, who knows how to pick locks to get him out.
That would be my specialty. The question is, how do you get me close enough to these doors without someone
That
stopping
fighting
us?
pit can't stay full of people all night long. I say we break in the middle of the night.
Do you think they keep guards down there?
We kill them. When I was down there were only 3 guards.
All right. Okay. Yes.
That's the only way I can even plausibly think we can get him out. We can't do it while it's full of people.
So these rooms that are rented up here, are there windows in these rooms?
Mhm.
No windows. Okay.
Especially not in this one. This one would be, if there was a window, it would be facing over the, like the opening of where you guys were eating and drinking and whatnot. Like,
Okay.
because of the way it's situated, like it's basically directly above where the bar was.
Okay.
These aren't like legal bedrooms, you know. There's no windows. It's fine. It's just little closets they put beds in.
Correct.
Okay. Never mind then.
That's the suggestion I have for a plan to get him out.
Okay. Well, as soon as we're able to know that it's cleared, at least in the public area of this place, that's when we can begin. You said there are 3.
Yeah, 2 that stand outside, guard outside the jail cell door, and 1 who seems maybe like he's more in charge. He's the one who had the key who did all the locking and unlocking.
Okay. Well, then the
There's also
only...
a werebear, a were-rat, a dead were-rat, and an unconscious Rowan with his hand full of shit.
So then the next trick is getting everyone else out. We may need to make this a small crew. Someone's going to have to stay back. At least as a lookout. Does anyone else have the ability to send messages? That would have been great to have.
We've lost most of our magic users.
I can send animal messages. Animal messengers.
I don't think that's going to help in this case.
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
You can't talk, but you can understand you.
Is he a robot?
He's like mechanical, yeah.
Okay. Well.
So, but I think I should be the one to go down there because I've seen it.
Yes.
And I need Chatz.
Okay.
Or his lockpicks.
Also makes sense.
But I prefer to have him. He's the expert when it comes to breaking and entering. And peppers.
You do not spite this to me.
You can definitely still hear it.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Okay. Well, do you need one other? Or should both of us?
If we can't get people out of jail cells quickly, I know Finnick can get people out. You can teleport.
How about I teleport back to where I started?
That's fine. You just need to teleport into the jail cell, grab the person, and teleport them out.
I need to know what I'm going first.
There are
Actually-
bars. You can see through them. It's probably actually a lot quieter than breaking and entering.
So the question there, if we are able to open the main door, you just have to see where you're
There
going.
are 2 doors that are locked on the path to the jail cell. The one in the pit, and then there's a long hallway, and 2 doors off the side that I didn't look. Well, I didn't look in one. The other one was where I saw Rowan at first, and then the one that leads to the jails.
Okay, so how many doors are there between the pit and the
2.
cells? And
And they're
are
guards.
both of them...
The only one that I think is guarded is the one that leads directly to the cells.
Do both of them block vision?
The first one does. The second one doesn't.
Okay. So we can open the first door. He would be able to teleport in and then out.
Mm-hmm. But he can't stay. He can't stay and move around. He comes back to the spot at the end of your turn, right?
Mm-hmm. It's been a while since we've used it, so
I can teleport in and out freely with a couple of different things. No, just one thing. Wrong character. I've got the Misty Step.
Okay.
I was thinking I also have
So,
Stay Step. That's a different character.
I believe that's plan A. We try to get that first door open, and then you teleport in, grab him, and then back out. I hate to have to say this, but anyone else in there is not a priority.
They made that woman kill her husband. And
if we try to get everyone out now, we're only going to draw more attention.
we don't get them out when we get Rowan out, they will die within another day or two.
They're likely to be dead whether or not we grab them.
If I could voice my opinion on the matter, we don't know why they're locked down in there. Like, for all we know, the announcer was just blowing smoke up our ass.
What if Rowan refuses to live without them? He could have bonded with them and had some kind of kinship in the last...
Rowan's not going to have a choice if he teleports in there, grabs him, and then immediately comes back.
I'm just thinking of all the different options we're going to have to look at in the moment when they come up.
How many people are down there?
3.
I'm just trying to
I
say,
can't get the corpse.
we don't know where those people's alliances lie. Yes, I'm sure they would love to be broken out of prison, but they could just as easily turn on us.
You're not wrong. I'm just telling you what could happen.
Well, we should focus on Rowan, and the others can fend for themselves.
When do we do this? Tonight?
Tonight, as soon as we are able.
Yes.
I don't know how if the bouncer stands in front of that door all night. Maybe we send some... Can you send your fox to observe the entrance?
I don't know if I can, like, the guards on the other side of the door?
I meant like the entrance to the fighting pit where the bouncer was before we went in at all. Can you send your fox like in there to observe to see if the bouncer leaves, to see if everybody clears out? Like he can come back when as soon as it's kind of empty and tell us.
We try.
Then we have an idea of when it goes a good time to start.
They actually in the pit, so it's like out here.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that's
It makes sense.
the least conspicuous way to spy on them.
Mm-hmm. Just have him go and nestle himself somewhere inside of the
Like the actual like bar area.
yeah. Or maybe he can watch outside and see if when the bouncer leaves. If the bouncer leaves, I don't know. It's something along those lines. I think it's a good idea.
We could. I'm just concerned that he'd be noticed and lost.
Maybe we have him hide somewhere outside then and just watch the exit.
Well, if the bouncer's leaving, no one else would be there.
That's true. He can come and report to us if the bouncer leaves. I think that's a good idea. I think it's a start. We need to get Rowan back.
Were you able to get that name I asked for?
Oh yes, I made friends with him. His name is Surge.
Search. Now, they have curious names around here.
Why do you need his name?
Is it Finnick?
Yeah,
Sounds like
it's supposed to be a bad storm coming through tonight.
Do I have to do that anymore?
I asked for his name because it's going to give us more ammunition for further endeavors in this campaign against the I don't know what they're called. Simple enough. We'll go with that. So, I guess I'll come back to my plans. I do appreciate you getting the information. It will help.
What are you planning?
The same thing I've been planning since we've gotten here.
To take over the world?
And that is exactly?
To liberate the mountain.
Oh. What's going into that plan? What are you doing to enact it? Besides getting Rowan arrested.
Right now, information.
Okay.
You don't want to jump into... This is far too large scale.
Oh. Did we ever tell you about what we discovered on the mountain? I don't remember.
I don't think you guys did yet.
We have not had a chance to talk
Yeah.
since we reconvened.
I guess we
None
can
of
tell
it's
you
written down, and I do believe that was the next time we ran into each other was in the streets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were going to meet here to talk more. Okay.
Yeah, you had just met Agnes,
Right.
and we were
So if
crossing
you want to send
paths.
your
Agnes.
fox to observe when
Yeah.
the bouncer leaves, we can discuss what happened on the mountain while we're waiting for a good time to get Rowan.
Okay. So Finnick would pull out of his little satchel, just a little small, kind of size of a fits in your hand. I guess I imagine it's because it's mechanical. It's like almost like a lump of metal when it's not animated, and he'll whisper into it and kind of toss in the air. And when he tosses in the air, it turns into a little scout, this mechanical fox, and it just lands and kind of looks at him. Kind of runs in a circle, and then he'd give it directions to go scope out the door and to alert us if the bouncer leaves.
Hey, Duke.
Yes.
Are you still talk to animals?
You never knew that I could.
Hey, you're right.
The scout will jump down off the bed. I'm assuming the door has been shut this entire time. I'm assuming you guys shut it. So it will walk up to the door and look up at the door, and then look back at you, and then look back at the door, and just paw at the door.
You might have to let it out of this building.
It doesn't know how to open doors.
Stupid foxes.
I mean, it's not a smart thing.
No,
I mean,
I know.
You might have to let it out of the
Yeah.
building.
his intelligence is -4.
Oh,
Negative 4
almost as
modifier.
smart as Duke.
It's got a 3
Yeah.
intelligence. So
I pat my shoulder so it will jump up and just kind of curl on my neck.
Okay.
And I would ask for some money from Sapphire.
Why do you need money?
I gotta go buy a beer.
Okay. Tell them not to skip on you this time.
Yeah, I'll need a gold.
Was the beer that expensive? Did anybody else buy a beer?
It's 2 silver.
For one?
And I hold up the one that I brought.
Oh, well, here, whatever.
So how much do you give him?
I give him a gold.
Okay.
Bring me
So-
a full one this time.
I'm not bringing you anything. I will go downstairs and I will get out my own 2 silver and order another beer.
Okay.
And kind of walk around a little bit and drink it, and then step outside like I'm gonna smoke.
Okay.
And let Scout jump down and point him in the direction of the fighting pit.
Okay, sounds good. So you grab your beer, talk to Bryce a little bit, and make your way outside. Sip your beer. Scout will jump down and make its way around the building.
Yeah.
Are you staying outside then to wait for this thing, or are you going back inside?
I'll wait out there and just kind of smoke.
Okay.
Well, while he's waiting for Scout, I will tell you guys what happened on the mountain.
What did happen?
I did give you a list of things.
Yep.
Go
Yep.
tell it
It's just
on.
been a really long time, so I don't remember.
Yeah.
Heartbeat cat bear. What? Bear cat bear. No.
Where bear, cat bear?
Terry's about to go.
Wherefore art thou, cat bear?
Cats have the soul coins.
Are you planning on staying there until Scout comes back, or are you just hanging out there for a little bit and then hang out?
I probably would have to stay there because otherwise he wouldn't get back in. Because I don't know what the range on the... Because there's like a telepathic link. I don't know what the range is to like have him let me know that he's back.
There's a telepathic link?
I thought that's what there was. I don't know. It's like the second time I've used it.
I don't see anything about telepathic link.
Because like you can communicate with it. Maybe that's what it's used.
You can speak to it, it can't speak back. You can talk to it, it just can't respond. Because remember we did charades last time when you wanted to talk to it.
Oh.
Like last.
Okay, so we went to the farming town. Under Felix?
Nope.
No.
What's that one?
Shaggy Paw.
Shaggy Paw, okay.
Yeah.
So, we took the terrace path to Shaggy Paw. It doesn't really appear to be a farming town anymore. There's a small, like, encampment outside of the town a little ways. It looks like the soldiers all live there. They don't live in the town. But there are guards posted all throughout the town, in front of doors. It's like everyone's being kept prisoner in their own homes. Mm-hmm. And it also kind of seems like the Tabaxi are just household servants or slaves. We saw one serving a bunch of soldiers in a bar, and they were treating him kind of like crap. The roads are guarded, Duke. All of the roads are guarded. The Tabaxi server had a notch out of his ear, according to my notes. Let's see, the rubbing of text I gave you. What else did you want me to learn? I don't remember. Oh, yes, give me much info. Okay. Alternate routes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of big open field space. That's how we got to Shaggy Paw. They do not patrol outside of the town. It's like they have everything under so much lock and key that they don't seem to be afraid of people escaping.
The farm fields.
Yeah. But it's not really farmed anymore. It's just open grassland, like tall, unkempt. We hid in it when we were traveling. But there weren't guards out. They weren't patrolling in large areas at all. We got by the camp and into the town completely unnoticed.
So, if they're not farming there, did you see anywhere else where they may have moved food production?
No, we didn't go past Shaggy Paw.
They have to be bringing food in elsewhere.
Well,
that could make things harder.
If this town is any indication, they probably have been hopping from place to place, pillaging whatever local community they land next to.
But the roads are guarded, so there's transport between the towns. It seems like it's just like outside the outskirts of the towns aren't patrolled. That aren't like heavily patrolled.
Okay.
Me trying to read through my notes is just not going well for me. The terraces were not difficult to climb up to get in. That was a good place to climb up at.
Okay.
And it's pretty secluded once you get into the mountain. Like I said, there's a small encampment, but it was far enough away that we just skirted around it and weren't noticed. I would suggest a climber's kit.
Got one.
We do too now. I mean, I didn't need one. I can levitate, but you know.
Well, I can just climb.
Yeah. If we were to go in that way, it's not too bad, and there's little places where you can rest and break, and you can hide in the terrace from the guards patrolling around the outside, so that's really nice. I mean, we got in and out very, very easily. It felt too easy, which made me a little concerned. But Finnick and I also worked very well together as a team, and we were both very stealthy. So
That's good. Okay. I'm glad.
we didn't stay for long because we didn't want to press our luck. So
Well, given the amount of gods you've mentioned,
the town
it's
is
best you
full.
didn't press.
Yeah. I really wanted to try and talk to Tabaxi, but when we got there at nighttime, and they were kept under lock and key. I didn't see any except for the server.
Okay.
Where did you find that message that you gave me?
It was on the side of a house by the inn, the bar or whatever. It was written on the side of a house.
Oh, what was the inn called? Did you get a name?
I don't know. Did I get a name? I don't have it in my notes, so probably not. No.
Okay.
I didn't look for a name.
Well, it's a lot to process.
We can certainly try sneaking in another area to observe another town if needed, but I'm sure that they're just as heavily guarded.
Well, Shaggy Paw was the closest place to enter.
Yeah.
The other two towns are either really far away or up the mountain.
It's difficult with the guards all being mostly to half shifted all the time. Otherwise, we could just kill a few and steal their guard armor and walk in. But, I mean, they're all shifted all the time. The only one who could get away with that maybe is Finnick.
Well, we're also not seeing a lot of support, I guess you could say, around here. Everyone already seems defeated.
It seems like everyone who supports the Tabaxi's cause are thrown in the fighting pit and are killed.
Yes. They ruled through an iron fist, and thus far have been quite successful of that matter. If we could find more about what you found earlier, that would really go a long way as to advancing the plan, so to say. I just don't know where to start.
Well,
Other than that one building that we passed.
I know where to start. We need to get Rowan out of jail.
I meant after.
No, what we need is local allies. We need people who know what's going on. We are still completely clueless.
And that's why we need Rowan. He knows these people.
We need somebody from the mountain that knows what's going on there. Nobody here knows what's going on the mountain.
We need both.
I think we need... Yes.
There is one other thing.
What?
Maybe it's nothing. Finnick and I met a very interesting woman named Agnes.
Oh. Agnes? Did we meet an Agnes?
Are you referring to the eccentric woman?
I don't remember if she gave us a name, but she looked like an Agnes.
Mm-hmm.
She just... The way she talked to us made me think that she knows more than what she said, you know? She talked about the blacksmith being more than what he seemed. And to talk to he insisted that we talk to him.
Do you want to go to this blacksmith?
I talked to him, but I didn't... I'm afraid to say anything to anybody here, or else we get caught. You know? But he seemed friendly. I bought a book from him. It's about a scale war. I look at you as I say it, realize what I'm saying. With dragon. In my head canon, it's like a historic fiction on Dragonborn fighting, Dragonborn battles, book The Steel Remains, War Against the Scale Folk.
I scrooch the chin of the kitty,
Mm-hmm.
and I say, "And what about you? Are you our ally?"
It just like looks up at you and like shakes its tail back and forth happily, and like paws at your hand. Just like keep doing that, please.
Of course he is. He is going to be the best ally. I give him more scooches. We can keep this cat, right?
Well, your mother always kept one around, so I don't see why you can't.
Yay! What should we name
Thanks, Dad.
him?
We'll call him Lucky too.
Her?
Lucky too.
But what if it's a girl? Lucky could go both ways. Wait, why Lucky?
Nothing. He just is so lucky to have found our group.
He is. He needs a bath, though.
This is unfortunate.
Well, anyway, I think everyone has valid points. We need allies here. We need allies on the mountain. I think Rowan is the way we get allies here. And as far as the mountain, well, supposedly, before his untimely capture, he had spoken that there were tabaxi speaking of my return on the mountain. I think if I can find one of these believers, I can raise enough allies on the mountain. So I think we need to get our group back together and reorganize and plan an assault
I agree.
on these fiends.
Maybe not with the assault part, but I agree we need to get the band back together. I miss Rowan.
He is fine.
You just saw him.
But he was unconscious. And he had a handful of shit. Literal shit.
I like to think that you actually, clicked out the side of your mouth unconsciously in your cell. Just psychic waves hit you and you're like,
Yep.
You know it.
Rowan always knows when he's being called fine.
He's so self-centered.
But say it with the accent.
I haven't used my accent all night. Rowan always knows when he's been called fine.
There we are. Ah, that's comfortable.
I can hear him now.
Trevor does too.
No one watching this knows those references.
Yes.
They'll get there.
Yet, you're Russian bots. Anyway.
Well.
So, we need a prison break.
We also need to think about what we do after the prison break. Because we can't stay in this city anymore after that.
We have a fallback point.
We do.
Also, it's good to concern ourselves with the matter that we are likely to immediately have to vacate. And we may have the most interesting time getting out.
Yes. Well, I've been in worse situations.
I don't know if I'm concerned by that or not.
I don't know.
Dude, I did this for 3 years. It's not my first time breaking somebody out of jail. It'll be my last. It was easier to do when everybody looked like me and I could pretend to be a guard, but still do it. Still break somebody out.
Are you also concerned about this entire family?
I'm sorry, I was reading. I missed part of what you're saying.
He's talking about just Celeste's family.
She does this all the time.
Oh, yes.
Why are you concerned about my family?
You all...
I wasn't breaking criminals out of jail. I was breaking innocent people out of jail.
So are you saying that Rowan is a criminal?
No, that's why I'm going to break him out of jail.
Okay, so all I'm saying is it's concerning that this is normal for you.
I lived in a place at war with itself.
Right, but this... Never mind.
We didn't recap our adventures, did we?
No, I have a question about, well, you look like some kind of...
Oh, yes, I changed my appearance.
Longer, but when I met you, you were a geisha, so...
I'm trying to keep my appearance looking different each time so that it keeps any would-be trackers off of our trail.
Seems fair.
But no, there was at least one piece of information. I can't remember if I told you or not, so I'll tell you now. We found carved into a barrel an eye wreathed in flame.
Is it a thief can't?
Not that I could tell, but it's obviously something very suspicious.
Where was it at?
It was barely visible, but it was in an alley next to... eye with fire coming out of the pupil carved inside a barrel. Oh, it was the alley behind the Fear Grindstone.
That's the blacksmith shop.
Yes.
There was also that building where that... is it a gnome?
Oh, yes. After we met in the square and departed, we saw there was a very sturdy building built in the middle of a shanty town. And there was...
I didn't write down where she was, but yeah.
We saw that there was... these are very interesting symbols. We saw that there was a man who was just grabbed by gods and hauled away. And then a gnomish woman came out of this sturdy building.
No.
She is a gnome.
Yes. And she followed them, and she went up to the gates of the town, and we didn't get close enough to hear, but she got into an argument with the guards there. And then she stormed out the gates, out of the city.
She was arguing with what seemed like one of the gods. Next thing we know, it appeared as though she ran away, and we did see other gods that ran to that one she was arguing with, and they were pointing off towards the east. Mm-hmm. And then they all just ran off in that direction. The best I can assume is she ran that way and they chased after her.
That's really peculiar. The man they hauled off, I have to imagine, is somebody else from the fight against, eventually.
A dissenter of some sort. That or...
She did seem capable, though.
True.
Hard to know without hearing the conversation if she could be an ally or if she is a foe.
Well, I think the real question is, what is this strange building, which is very well built in the middle of a very poor town? What's its purpose? It's just sticks out. It's suspicious. That's all I have to go off of, but...
I mean, we could go in and see. I can...
You can get in, yes. Without anyone knowing.
How's that?
She just told us that she...
Oh, right.
Not very long, but...
Well, you don't need very long to get an idea of what you're seeing. A quick pop in, pop out, and gather as much information as you can in that short burst of time, and it'll tell us worlds more information than we would have otherwise. I don't think it's a building we want to just walk into. It's something about it. Given that it's so off.
Newer, maybe Rowan knows what it is.
Well, we can certainly ask him as soon as we hear that's clear.
Okay. So let's talk some hypotheticals. The gods, the bouncer leaves. We go in. We kill or distract the gods long enough to free him. We run out. Number one, where do we go? Number two, if we kill people, what do we do with their bodies? Do we leave them there and then raise suspicion that there is dissent in the city? Or do we try and hide them to obfuscate our purposes in this town?
It goes both ways. Now, if this goes smoothly, I think our next stop should be out of town. Likely, Rowan is going to be in need of some recovery. And then if we can, as soon as he is back, sneak back in, and I'd like to check out this building. Now, if it goes south and we need to fight our way out of town, there's pros and cons to both. We sow that, and that could aid in getting the trek that we need, because those who... It seems obvious that there is a cell here that wants to resist. Seeing bodies of these might give them way to rise. If we hide it, they may not, but at the same time, it would keep things at least quieter for a little while. They're likely to find the bodies either way.
Here's my issue. Do we show our hand now and risk a stronger presence at the mountain?
That's exactly what I was getting at. If we do this and we show the hand, then we have to accelerate.
Yes.
There isn't any slowing down, and unfortunately that means we're likely to be down Rowan for most of this.
On the other hand...
I won't leave him in that jail cell.
The intention is not to leave him there, but if we get him out and things go badly...
We'll get him up to full
then
speed quickly so that we can do what we need to do.
Do we have any way...
I can heal him.
I have some healing too. If necessary, we can pump it into him and go about our way.
We're going to need some of that at least.
If we can make it back to the dome,
it'd be easy to get him out.
If we can make it back to the dome, it prevents anyone from entering who has ill will toward the people inside. So at the very least, we'll be safe there.
So, to make sure this goes smoothly, we need to get just that one door open. You pop in and out, none the wiser. They won't see you.
There are guards standing right in front of the door. They will see us. We will have to kill them to get in. There is no getting out of this without killing guards.
There is another option. I've seen a lot of these gods seem nonchalant, perhaps even easily swayed. Could we perhaps bribe them enough that they would turn a blind eye to freeing a prisoner.
Not one that Kudath favors so much.
True. Kudath does seem quite interested in keeping him around. At least until he can't get up anymore.
We can try that route.
Oh, sure, try it out and then...
But we have to break into the first door even to get to the part where the guards are guarding. They might just attack us on sight.
Wow.
Then we have to attack first. Sneak in. Be as quiet as possible. Get the jump on them.
Absolutely ready for everything.
Always.
If you only saw 3 guards at a time, I can't imagine we would go up against more than that.
There was a room that I didn't get to look in, so there might be more in there, but
This is...
keep in mind all these guards are were creatures, so they're going to be more hardy than regular guards. They will take longer to kill. They will be harder to kill. And they require magical weapons to do so.
We've gone against plenty of were creatures. Don't you worry about that. This is purely speculation, but the atmosphere I've just kind of absorbed from these people is that they have an inflated air of superiority. I feel like what the gods you saw are probably what there is left. There was another locked room. There might be people in there, but probably not more than a couple. And
that whole space seemed really small.
Yeah.
So
the whole system, just based on the description you gave us, it sounds like it is a facility purely for the function of running these pits and keeping the handful of captives in a cage. Outside of that, it's not a maximum security prison or anything of the sort. It is a bare bones jail. I think we can, using caution and technique, we can slip in, take out who we need to, and then hopefully free Rowan without too many scratches.
Sounds like a plan to me. Now hopefully everyone clears out of there, or it'll make it a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
So as you guys are talking, it probably takes, a good half hour to an hour to have this conversation. You're still hanging out outside. Scout doesn't come back for a while. Like, depending on how long you want to stay out there, it's a half hour passes, an hour passes, and it doesn't seem like he is returning. How long do you want to wait before doing something?
Probably like 45 minutes at most.
Okay. So what do you want to do after 45 minutes?
I'll go back up to the room, let them know that I haven't heard anything yet. It's not like him. He's usually pretty quick. I think we should just go.
Well. So you would have had to have passed through that main area to get up to these rooms.
Yeah.
Did you see anyone down there on your way back?
In the bar?
Yes.
There were probably maybe a handful of people, not many, because it's getting 12:30, 1 o'clock. It's getting pretty late at this
I
point.
say we wait until the witching hour and we go.
Yeah. That's probably the best time, just to make sure that everyone is gone.
We can take a short rest until then.
Yeah. If you're concerned, maybe you should go and find your scout.
Are you guys coming?
Do you need us?
It's now or never.
Let me go down. And I'm going to pull my cloak over again and gussy up and go down in my woodsman outfit.
Okay, where are you going?
Going outside.
Okay.
Okay. With my boots of striding and jumping,
Yeah.
springing, it says I can jump 3 times my normal distance.
Okay.
Okay. First off, I should say, is there anyone who might notice me jumping or anything? Like, is there a place where I can get that maybe is a little more secret, a little more hidden?
I mean, there's tons of alleyways nearby if you want to, like, just duck into an alleyway. I guess I'm not sure what you're trying to do.
So, what I want to try and do is jump onto the roof of the inn.
Okay. So...
I guess I don't know what the normal vertical jump is for a person.
I think it's like half
okay.
your movement or something.
High jump is move 10 feet plus and jump a number of feet. Equal to 3 plus your strength modifier.
3 plus my strength. So, that would be a 6. So, 6 times 3 would be 18 feet. I can jump vertically with a 10-foot.
And this is a 2-story building.
Okay, so that would be roughly 20 feet. So,
you could maybe...
just be shy of it. So, I can... Okay, so... I would probably back up, checking both ways, seeing if anyone's noticing, and when no one's not, maybe back up 15 feet, just give me a little extra push and try and leap up to the roof.
Okay, so, because you can reach that 18 feet, the extra 5 wouldn't necessarily give you more height.
Okay.
Because it's just 10 plus. So as long as you have 10 feet at minimum, you can do that. So, having 15 feet versus 10 is not going to be easy.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to try and jump, and I guess I'm going to try and jump to the roof, however best I can, and I assume it's like a sloped roof of some sort, so I will aim for the lowest part of the slope to catch, and then I guess if I can't make it up onto the roof, I have climbing speed, so I'll try and dig into the siding and climb up onto the roof.
Okay. So I will say you... I don't think you need to make an athletics check or anything just to do it. So you just jump that high. Give me an athletics to claw in as you jump 18 feet in the fucking air.
12.
Okay, so I will say you don't do it very gracefully. You kick off and manage to get to that 18, and then your claws have a difficulty finding purchase in the wall, and so it's a little loud. But you do manage to eventually get your claws in where you aren't falling anymore.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good 4 or 5 feet to the roof now.
I kind of look around a little bit, and then I claw up to the roof. Oh my god. That's 11.
You don't seem to notice anyone seeing you necessarily.
Okay. So I'll go up to the roof, and once I'm up there, I'm going to just kind of tiptoe along the roof and I want to get to the opposite side of the building so I can look down on where the bouncer would be.
Okay. So you make your way to that side of the building, and as you do, you see a little, because there is some moonlight and you have dark vision, you do see a little figure. It's very tiny, but it is hiding around the corner, looking, facing towards the bouncer area. And you see now the bouncer is still standing at the door.
Okay.
About, 25 feet away from you or so.
Is he just standing there, or is he doing anything? Or?
Just standing there.
Okay.
Just hanging out by the front door. And as you're watching, you see a couple more guards, leave through that door, and they split up, and some start going down.
So what time is it?
It's around 1 o'clock.
Okay. See, the last call is usually at 2, so they're just not closed yet.
Okay. I don't have a way of communicating with these people, but
at this point, it's just the stragglers who just don't want to be home.
We're just having a good time and drinking.
Or that, yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to kind of go back to the place where I had leaped up.
Okay.
And I want to kind of carefully climb down a little bit and down maybe 10 feet, and then I'll just kind of jump to land.
Okay, you would know that, I guess you in character would know, but you out of character would know if you drop 10 feet, it's, you take fall damage.
Okay.
That is just part of the mechanics. I mean, you can definitely, you have a climb speed, so you can just climb farther down.
Yes. Okay. I will try and climb down. I guess what I'm trying to do is doing it stealthily.
Okay. It's every 10 feet is a d6, correct, Josh?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
So I will climb down, but I'm trying to be quiet.
Okay. First, give me stealth. I'll try and do it stealthily.
That's better. That is a 31.
That makes sense. And then give me an athletics to try and keep your weight up as you're climbing down.
Natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now I roll it.
Yeah. So you find the area where you climbed up initially, and start to make your way down, and you find that foothold where you previously had, and you manage to pretty easily find the previous holes that you had made in the wall until you get down about halfway. Then you have to start making new ones, of course. But you get below that 10 foot, and then you can drop down, and you'll be fine. Give me an acrobatics to try and land on your feet, because cats don't always that.
Acrobatics? 14.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say because you were expecting to land on your feet, and you could see where you were going. It's not too hard of a drop down. And as you land, your stilettos make a loud clink on the ground as you look around, and you don't see anyone in there. You seem to be the happiest to notice, as you were very, very stealthy.
Okay. I will reposition my costume, especially the hood, and walk back into the inn and back upstairs.
Okay. Are you guys doing anything while he's gone?
Just continuing the bullshit.
Okay.
While we're waiting for... I'm assuming that he's going to give us some sort of signal.
I mean...
Yeah,
It
Finnick
makes
and I were
sense.
worried sick about you guys when we got back to the camp. We were gonna come and we thought we wanted to come and look for you
You're
straight
stuttering a lot.
away. And because I'm fucking lying
Oh, yeah, I
to
was
you.
like-
But I'm glad you're not dead. And that is Jen.
Thanks. I'm glad you're not dead either. I'm glad you didn't get captured.
Seems like you guys had a harder time here than we did on the mountain.
Well, some things had to. How is the saying? The humans go fly by the seat of our pants.
Oh, and that's how Rowan got arrested? What did he do? Jump into the fighting ring and start demanding somebody challenge him? Sounds like something Rowan would do, honestly.
Well, you're not far off. It was more like that was happening, and then he decided he would just immediately accept the challenge.
So somebody challenged him?
Yeah, Kudath.
And he said yes. Wait, Kudath challenged him?
Yes.
And he said yes. And just jumped into the pit like, let's fucking do this, mate.
Yep, he just got up, went in, and lost.
He lost? Did he at least get a couple of good hits in?
How far opposite can you get from good hits?
A complete ass whooping?
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like.
Oh no.
Fucking dice.
Yeah.
Poor Rowan.
That's unfortunate.
I feel awful for him.
Yeah, your best roll was like a 2?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that's like his nemesis or whatever.
Yeah, I was really hoping he
Why
was
did
gonna
he?
do a little
Why
more.
did he decide that it would be a good idea to jump in and challenge a fight with Kudath, his mortal enemy?
Well, it was something that I was hoping we could do, but not this soon. That's a great question to ask him when we get him out of there soon.
How could he have been so foolish? He knows we're trying to be stealthy and undercover, and yet he decides he needs to challenge someone to a fight? You should really be ashamed that you didn't have a more firmer hand on this situation.
Why am I going to stop
Why
him?
didn't you stop him? He is clearly a drunk fool who needs somebody to tell him no.
I won't disagree with that.
So why did you stop him? Why didn't Chatz stop him?
You saw what it was like tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine that, but louder and, well, just in general bigger, because the big boss man is here.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's there enticing the crowd, and the arch enemy of your boss is there, and your boss calls him out, you can't rip camera. You
Wait,
can't.
so are you telling me Rowan didn't go to the fight in disguise so Kudath wouldn't recognize him?
I don't think that was a concern for him.
Was he planning on challenging Kudath the whole time?
I do not know. All great questions for him when he gets rescued.
I am so disappointed in him. And Trevor. Trevor should have stopped him.
I feel like this
I'm making a
is
joke.
very
I'm
confusing.
making a joke, dude. It's a joke. Clearly Trevor wouldn't have stopped him. He is Trevor.
Yeah, it's hard to track what.
I can't. Why didn't he just do his monk shit and fucking run out of the room?
Because he didn't do his monk shit when he was in the pit either.
What did he do?
Just for a lack of trying.
Did he get down there and just have stage fright? Was he performance anxiety? He had performance anxiety, didn't he?
Yep.
It happens the worst time, doesn't it?
Apparently.
Trevor's really working for Kudath.
Secretly in his own hand.
And then he lost tonight to that bear man?
Yeah, he's just not really, it's strange because we've seen him fight and he does really well. And then he gets here, I'm starting to
He has performance anxiety.
really question.
There's a big crowd. It's really hard to get up the willpower to fight things.
What an eloquent choice of words. Yep.
So that's how it happened, huh?
Yeah, that's a really good kind of gist of things.
Well, you got to observe Kudath. How is he as a fighter? You see somebody you think we can take? Are we going to have to...
Absolutely not. No, really, there's no strategy. He's brute force all the time.
Okay. So is he dumb as rocks?
I mean, depending on your point of view, I'd have a hard time arguing that he's not.
Well,
He's a fanatic.
that could be to our advantage.
Well, that's exactly what I said.
Strong.
But Chatz was not super thrilled.
Why? Wait, why? It's very beneficial that he's not, hopefully, very intelligent, because brute force is only going to get him so far. If we can out-strategize
It's more
him.
just the way I found out.
What? How did you find out?
Well, we know that he follows a certain demon lord.
Sure.
I wanted to know how devoted he was.
Okay.
Found out. He,
Okay. Did you go to his Demon Lord study group?
No, are those things?
I don't know, but how did you find out in the middle of a fight where Rowan lost really bad?
I'm not sure the best way to explain that one.
Try me.
You're in the room?
I'm not in the room.
No. Okay.
Did you follow Chatz?
No, I'm downstairs trying to go get my fox. I said, let's go.
Oh.
And you guys are upstairs
So
just
you came up
sipping
and
tea.
then left again.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he left too,
Shit.
and Duke and I are just sitting here having a conversation, and I'm like this with the cat. The whole time. Give her the cat scrooges. Everybody left us. Did you notice that?
It happens all the time.
Oh.
Well, I spoke to him through his mind. Pretending that I was this Baphomet.
You did what, Duke?
It absolutely worked.
Did it
Like
work
I said-
so well that it caused him to challenge Rowan to a fight?
That's really debatable.
The fact that you say it that way makes me believe you less.
Well, it depends on the point of view. If you ask Chatz, totally. If you ask me, it was going to happen anyway.
I don't know if I believe
You don't just be him and then see your rival and figure, nah.
Do you think he was going to see Rowan regardless of what you did?
Yes.
Are you so sure?
He was parading around the pit.
Rowan?
No.
Oh, who that?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not exactly like he was hiding.
If that
I meant
place
Rowan that time.
was as full as it was tonight, then it would be hard pressed down in the pit to be able to see somebody unless you were looking for something. For someone.
Well, they were trying to make a more interesting show. So
Okay.
you're looking for someone to challenge.
I'm going to be honest with you. If I was looking for someone to challenge, it wouldn't be Rowan. It would be somebody large and dangerous looking. Rowan just looks like an alcoholic.
I'm also getting
Well dressed alcoholic.
See, that's the other point I wanted to make. I'm definitely getting the idea that none of them are actually as capable. They seem to only ever fight people they know are weaker than them.
I mean, yeah. It's not... The fighting pit is there for entertainment, but it's in just another form of prison. And it's cheaper to have your prisoners kill each other than to have to feed them all.
Right, but if you are wanting to prove strength and value, especially in the type of society they seem to be constructing, you would be better off trying to beat those who are stronger.
There's no strength and value in any of that. It's just
I know
carnage.
that. But these people are...
lying to themselves.
Well, that too.
They're still
Disorganized.
strong and stronger than us. At least some of them. Were creatures are no joke. They're powerful. We're in a town
We've
full of
fought many. Good lord, how long is it taking?
So we'll cut to. So you're looking for Scout.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like following the direction where he was hiding?
Yeah, well, because I'd given him like a
direction to go
path or whatever.
and
Yeah.
go check out. So you can follow behind where Chatz was going, and maybe see some of the tracks that Chatz had made, and you can keep going, and you would see Scout just like hiding in the very corner, like watching the guard, because you told him to watch the guard to see if he left, correct?
Yep.
And he
Hasn't
never left.
Okay.
So Scout just stayed there and watched this guard. And so as you approach behind him, like he would like look at you and then look at the guard and then look at you and just
doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, exactly. Like he was.
Why are you here?
Yeah, he hasn't reported back because nothing has changed.
Okay.
So as far as you know, like the guard never left, and I mean Scout can't tell you that, but like you can probably ascertain that. And at this point, you would probably hear or see Chatz like dropping down, depending on what you want to do. But like you hear some stuff from behind you. I can see Chatz pretty easily. So, I mean, it's pretty hard to hide a person scaling a building.
We did stealthily.
I tried.
But so you found Scout.
Okay.
You saw Chatz. So
He never brought me any beer.
You have an idea what's going on with it.
Probably left mine in the room.
Yeah, you probably did. You're just gonna drink Chatz's. So I think
I
we.
gave him a gold piece.
You did.
He never brought me any beer. Probably not gonna get that gold piece back, am I?
Should probably ask him.
Why would I do that?
Okay. So I think we are going to stop there for the night. And we will pick up next week and see how you guys.
Prison Break.
Yeah.
Part
figure
2.
out how to Prison Break.
Prison Break.